Vicious.
And time to act up, say the hellos, let people look over here for Dune craziness that isn't on Arrakis, because everything's on Arrakis. It's fine, enjoy your things on Arrakis. We have our own silliness and mysticism. Helps if I actually replace. There we go. We got people there. People on Twitters. Please, thank you. Actually, did say it on mine. I did. Good, great, wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and this is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. And we are playing some 2D20 Dune, Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. Some following the adventures of the beautiful and industrious house Beleza. Let us get right into it. Our first excerpt from the Silvanus Chronicles by Wendell Berrysky. The Will of Silvanus. The Will of Silvanus refers to a belief system or guiding principle embraced by the inhabitants of his Silvanus, including both the people living in the cities and the Silvani tribes who dwell within the deep wood. While its exact tenets may vary among different groups and individuals, the overarching concept revolves around reverence for nature, respect for the ecosystem of Silvanus, and a deep connection to the planet and its moons. The Will of Silvanus encompasses values such as environmental stewardship, harmony with the natural world, and the recognition of the interconnectedness of all living things. It emphasizes the importance of living in balance with nature, maintaining ecological sustainability, and preserving the unique ecosystem of Silvanus for future generations. For the Silvani tribes, the Will of Silvanus has spiritual connotations, with the deep wood seen as a sacred space imbued with the essence of the planet itself. Tribal customs, rituals, and practices are often aligned with this belief system, reinforcing the bond between the Silvani people and their environment. In the cities of Silvanus, the Will of Silvanus is interpreted more pragmatically, guiding policy and practice related to environmental conservation, resource management, and sustainable development. It could influence decisions regarding land use, technological innovation, and cultural norms, all with the aim of preserving the integrity of Silvanus' natural heritage. Overall, the Will of Silvanus serves as a guiding philosophy that shapes the way of life and worldview of the people of Silvanus, informing their interactions with the planet and each other. Perhaps the rest of the Imperium. We look ourselves to... Oh, I forgot to give myself threat because you have baddies. You have an enemy, so you actually have threat that's worth...
Oh, no, you don't have to take it. Don't worry.
Leave we're in active intrigue. Yep. On the planet Silvanus, we look with its strawberry skies, its azure trees. But away from there, we look to the grand city, the capital palace of Silvanus, where garlic, paprika, chili, which spice must flow? No spice flows from Silvanus. It is actually a type of sap used for medicinal purposes and by the Bene Gesserit for reasons that only they know. Yes.
Oh, shut up.
So, in this palace city, there is the grand spires of the Palace of Silvanus. Surrounding it on its coastal setting, there is the sprawling urbanity of the Stuart Novellus, the Stuart's port, both for ocean and for space travel. The Nobilis Uten, the area where noble houses, both here in the systems and afar, have their manor houses. There is the Chom Novellis, which is the where all trade basically happens. If you want to sell anything to the wider Imperium, it goes through the Chom first. But this is also where some people have. If you have a nicer job, this is where you work, because you're dealing with interplanetary and interstellar trade at that point. So big money, big prizes. And of course, for everybody else, there's the Communis Uten, where people who work in the city basically live. There's a handful of people who work the trees near the palace, or live in nearby settlements, but the majority of people in the Communis Uten are people who live here. Some of House Beleza has already entered the front garden and is beginning to meander their way to the Grand Assembly, the ceremony to install the Steward of Silvanus. But we look first to Kareem Kabada, the treasurer of House Beleza. Now, last you had hoped for, I believe you wanted to have a meeting with Chief Wind Whisper. He unfortunately had to delay that. He wasn't able to meet you up on the moon, but through I believe the Falsgrafen put some weight on him. It was either the Falsgrafen. Yeah. It's like you don't get to say no to us and all that. Sorry, I talked over you.
You'd have to spend threat for him not to meet with us.
So he will meet with you after once the ceremony's done. There's going to be like the big reception afterward. He'll set time aside to meet with you guys. So you've already been told about that. And largely the reason you've been kind of you didn't follow after everyone else is that you have a change of power going on. You have two changes of power, your own house and the star system. So a lot of how the house is organized, how its money is organized. At some point after this, you have to have a sit down with the others and go and hammer out exactly where all the money's going. So there's only so far as treasurer you're allowed to go without green lights from the spy master, the marshal, and the Falsgrafen.
Okay.
You were also left with a message from Caspar Strand, a letter of apology saying that he must leave service, for he has a personal quest he must undergo for the sake of his mentor. So, downside, you're down to Swordmaster. Upside, you don't have to pay him.
Yes, Swordmasters of Kinsas were quite expensive. I'm sure the Falsgrafen will appreciate this little breathing room in our...
No, I spent 5 years trying to convince him to come with me.
There are other Swordmasters, sire, I assure you.
None that I'm willing to pay for.
As you land in the Stuart Novellis in a small craft away from the moon, I wonder, has Kareem been to the Palace of Silvanus before? Have you been to the capital?
Probably not. In the service of the previous Falsgrafen, I've only been here a couple of months, I'd say, mostly spent on the moon. Remind me, how is the moon's gravity compared to the planet's?
It is lighter when you're outside of the cities. So if you're like out in the plains and stuff, you do there is the bunny hop thing you kind of do. Okay. But that's why people use cars, because the cars will have some gravity in them. The fortress will have like gravity plating in them, so you have regular gravity, so you can actually go down to the planet. But yeah, it is noticeably different. Well, actually, for you, it's probably not so bad because you work in the palace mostly. Like people would have a problem with people out of the cities.
There's no really not really much pressure on my bones due to the gravity and everything, right? So
yeah, no, primarily because you work in places where gravity is Earth normal. So it's this planet's a little heavier than Earth, but not enough to hurt you.
Tell me what I can see, please. It's my first time here.
Yeah. So the first thing, even when landing, is like I say, the strawberry skies. That red hue that gleams across in every direction. And as you descend into the Stuart Novellis, the entirety of this section of the capital is like one massive. I mean, it's a navy yard. It's a space yard and a navy yard. But it's an art piece of a city. Everything is meticulously architecturally designed. There's like if you walk by things, it's finely crafted and etched and embossed. you're seeing the history of over almost 10,000 years of people of various noble houses passing through and adding to the Stuart nobilis. Because the Stuart nobilis, the only people allowed here are people who, people of the Stuart's household, the active Stuart of Silvanus, and those who he has summoned or in direct service to one of the houses. So normally you wouldn't be allowed, you by yourself as a treasurer would not be allowed to come here without the fact that you're in service of House Beleza and you're trying to, because it's a lot faster to come through to the Stuart nobilis than it is to go to the Chom nobilis. It's like going to, you know, the rich people's airport versus the common person's airport. So you're seeing lots of people, and actually very quickly as you're getting off of your shuttle, you are met by a Chom representative in a immaculate black suit, which at a distance looks rather plain, but as he gets closer, you can see the gold linings about his shoulders and his pants, along the line of his pants and so on. And then there's like little bits of stitching to kind of create this idea of flowing water, although Mentat memory tells you that's more like flowing money or flowing spice if one is really understands what the true currency of the Imperium is.
Does he have a little name tag on?
He doesn't have a name tag on, but he very quickly introduces himself as Executive Jo of the Jom. I'm here to assist and aid in anything and everything you may require. Treasurer Kabata, I am informed you are of House Beleza. Your Faustgrafen has already got tailoring and has attended to front garden of the palace.
Ah, I see. I heard we received a new Reverend Mother. Is this true?
Yes, the Silvanus Johanna Marshid is the new
Would
Reverend
you
Mother.
please take me to meet her?
Certainly. Would you like to walk or would you like a car? I'll note too that the distance from the Stuart nobilis to the palace is within walking distance.
Walking shall be fine. I have to get used to the gravity of this place.
He nods. As you're walking.
Mhm.
So, and actually I'll fill you in a tiny bit here as well as you're walking with them. One of the reasons that the Shom cares so much about you or your house is that, yes, House Beleza is a noble house, but also one of the majority shareholders. You're the majority shareholders of the business enterprises of Salutaris, with the majority shareholder among you being Beleza. Erica the Third. So you're technically his boss. He's middle management, you're upper management, even though he's a high executive in the Chom. It's like, no, he works for the Chom, you work for a noble house.
Yeah, I'm not officially affiliated with Chom, right?
You work for a noble house, so technically, yes. Well, you work for someone who owns shares in Chom. Is a better way to put it.
I'm a subsidiary of a subsidiary, so like very loose bind. Any news from the business end of things, representative?
Well, we greatly look forward to seeing the new business plan for House Beleza, and presently today is about seeing what the speech from the throne is going to be from the palace, and seeing what the overall direction is, and then we can start giving more advice to everyone about where we're going to go. I mean, obviously, Silvani Sap's going to be sold. I mean, we're not going to stop that. Foolish, but, you know, every Stuart has some idea about what the future of our collective enterprise is.
The Pfalzgrafen has then impressed upon you about the delays happening due to the death of her father?
She did not speak of such things, and I did not pry, but I assumed it would be safe to expect certain delays for bereavement. It's, if anything, he lowers his voice a little bit. If anything, the marketability looks better when you have a mourning period. Makes the other houses see you as more human.
Quite an astute observation. We have also calculated, among other things, that we should not lose too much of the budget. In fact, the guild should be quite pleased with everything that we are doing. Or else we'll make them pleased.
Mhm.
Our ships are quite the envy of the guild and all its subsidiaries.
Yes, I couldn't imagine the steward suddenly wanting to shift your house into something other than that. You've been, what? Salutaris has been building it for, what, 9,000 years? More than that?
Speaking of the guild, have they sent any representatives?
They have sent an observer, I understand, but most of today is is a local affair. Though I have heard the Imperial household has sent some people to observe as well.
House Corino has sent some representatives.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Well, yeah. With the way
Would you
things
mind
are,
pointing? Would you mind pointing them out if you see them?
he gently gestures his head in the direction of people who are very clearly wearing Carino colors and etchings on their outfit. Whereas some of the local nobles probably have small retinues about them, even these minor nobles of the imperial household have their own little retinues around them.
Uh,
So it's kind of hard, unless they make an effort, it's kind of hard not to notice a House Coriolis member, just because they attract. If it's not their own servants, it's people wanting the imperial household's attention. Having a friend, having the ear of the emperor is far more valuable than people realize sometimes.
Very well. Show me to the Reverend Mother when you can, and should you need me, you know where to find me.
As always, at the service of House Beleza and those who serve its interests.
I'll nod over to him and head over to the front garden.
And as you head there, you do notice there is quite a few Pal City garrison members who are in the House Valorian colors. Nice. This is probably the first time you've seen them up close before, because you wouldn't have seen them up on Salutaris. They have no reason to be up there. Some of them not make respectful nods, because you're dressed well, but you get the feeling that's the other reason why Mr. Chome Executive is next to you. It's the highlight. No, he's supposed to be here. Don't kick him out.
Let's define well. The outfit that I imagined for Kareem to wear was a simple long black robe. You know, nothing too extravagant.
It's nicer than a commoner's clothes, I would imagine,
Right,
but
of
not
course, yeah.
height of fashion. I get you.
Not high to fashion, but you know, light and airy, and with a possibility of shemag, but obviously not needed because we're not in a desert environment.
And also, you have the you have the coloration at your lips that kind of highlight your mentat. So
Yes, that's the coloration from the sappho juice, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
And in time, you very quickly are led. Joe does not come in with you because he's not supposed to. His superior, the person representing the Chome, is already in the front garden, so he kind of retreats back elsewhere in the city. But yeah, you catch up with the other three quite rapidly. As the other three, you notice that people in the front garden notice you guys are coming, and there's whispers, and people like very quickly start getting out of your way because you know people in the front garden are people who are allowed this far are people who are of some importance, have some wealth, or know someone who's important, or they work for someone important. But they're not allowed in the palace. If they go in there, they will be. If one's being generous, they'll be arrested and detained for the day and questioned. If the soldiers don't like what you're doing, you might get shot. You are not allowed in there unless you have a real good reason.
I should like to approach the Pfalzgrafen. Give a semi-deep bow. Pfalzgrafen, my apologies for being late. There were people I had to remove from the payroll, and other people I had to add to the payroll. You have heard about your swordmaster, I presume.
I have not.
He has decided to leave your service due to a personal quest, as he so aptly put it in his letter. Perhaps he shall come back at another time, but for now I have removed him off the house's payroll, and am open to suggestions whether you want to recruit another swordmaster there.
I will highlight to you, Falsgrafen, that you remember that there was a personal quest he always wanted to do. Every time he was in the battles, he would try to make sure to get a certain person who killed his mentor. It was always the driving force to get this guy, but it was presumed he was dead. The fact that a personal quest is brought up, he probably learned the guy is actually alive somewhere.
So yes, if you have any other suggestions on who we should hire, I can format a personal request to the Union of Swordmasters. Are they unionized these days?
She raises a hand and says, "This is disappointing and concerning. We'll have to deal with it when we get back. For now, do not speak of this to
Of
anyone."
course. Of course, sire. And I had also heard that a new Reverend Mother was induced in our order. Is she around?
Erica looks to the Reverend Mother, who's standing right there.
Oh, my apologies, Reverend Mother. I had not seen you. Allow me to extend a hand of friendship from myself. I am Karim Kabada, treasurer and mentat of Falsgraf and Erica Beleza III.
Was Kareem working for the house before Erica's advent as Fallsgrafen?
Yes, a couple of months maybe.
Yeah, so
still got to
you would totally recognize Joanna. She's Erica's cousin and has been serving as the spy master for a while.
Though you may note that she is dressed far more formally in the Bene Gesserit robes, in Silvanus fashion, but still, the Reverend Mother gloves are a vestment, and her hair is way bluer than it was before.
Yeah. Then I shall take a deep bow and say, "Oh, my apologies. I had not recognized you. What was your name before you became Johanna?"
It was Johanna. The Silvanus and the Mershid are what were added.
My apologies, Miss Johanna. I had not recognized you before.
Well, I'm afraid this new finery is something of a change for me, and I did change my hair.
Yes,
It's good to see you again, Kareem. I hope you're well.
I had quite noticed the discoloration in your hair. Something similar, perhaps, to the Sappho juice that us mentats are supposed to drink, no?
A side effect of the royal blue tea, which I've come to quite enjoy.
And I figure you have already met Miss Moonshadow here.
Oh, yes. The Marshal and I have something of a history. Bless her heart, as she rose through the ranks more than once. Find her name there. Millie was tasked with escorting me into the deep forest as I fulfilled my bit of natural wanderlust.
And has your initiation been fully completed then? Are you Reverend Mother officially?
I am.
Very good. Then I am most glad to add you to the house's payroll. Should you need me for anything, I always stand at your disposal and, of course, the house's disposal.
How sweet.
Much murmuring and attention is laid upon the four of you as you have your conversation in the front garden. Because not only is the Falsgrafen here, but also the Reverend Mother's here. So there's a lot of people here don't know the Falsgrafen because they haven't seen her for years, and she hasn't circled court, I imagine, for many years. But the Reverend Mother also grabs a lot of attention as people look to her clothes and murmur themselves. And every so often you'll notice people make a reverent gesture, like a nod of the head, joining hands in prayer. Some people don't care because some people aren't that religious. They do know you're powerful.
When I see that or whatever, I'll make the appropriate response, gesture, smile, and blessing. I would assume that one would expect the Reverend Mother to be at this ceremony.
Yeah, even if you weren't attached to a house, you would be here. The Reverend Mother, you have to be here for the throne to be recognized.
Right.
Miss Moonshadow, may I ask you a question? If she, maybe she's muted.
Of course.
That little, how shall I put this? Halt in production, back when there was the funeral. Have you managed to get to the bottom of it? If you, I'll give like a wink.
Yes. We have.
Ah, that is most excellent news. So production can resume as planned?
Yes.
Very good. I always knew you had it in you to solve all this. And
I
wait, is
appreciate.
your hair blue as well?
Hmm?
Is your character's hair blue as well?
No, actually.
Oh, I'll look a bit quizzically then. Are you not native, Miss Moonshadow, to this planet, or Salutaris rather?
I am.
Then why is oh, forgive me for assuming, but shouldn't your hair be blue as well?
Some of us partake of the tea, and others do not.
Ah, and you have not?
Not frequently enough for it to be obvious.
Of course, I understand. I heard it has a strong potency and it makes you do all sorts of things and dream of all sorts of things. Can you confirm, Reverend Mother? Reverend Mother? No, never mind.
Sorry, audio cut out there. What?
I heard the tea makes you do all sorts of things and see all sorts of things. Can you confirm?
Sorry, now I have a mouthful. Oh, the tea in and of itself is delicious if an acquired taste, but by itself does not necessarily provide any sort of extrasensory capabilities. At least not usually, and those who do gain such abilities from it must receive training first to be able to access those abilities, much as a Mentat must train to maximize the calculating abilities of your brain. The Sappho juice helps with such training, but without the training, the juice itself would be of only minimal use.
And worst of all, it is not quite delicious. Unlike the tea, I presume?
It's just the nice thing about tea, one may add as much sugar and cream as one wishes.
Yes, the sappho juice not so much. Sugar is looked down upon. Alas, 'tis the price we Mentats must pay for, I'll tap on my head, this. Sire, one last thing. I heard that there is a representative of the guild here today. Would you like me to speak with them regarding your father's funeral and the several days off that we have given the workers, or would you like to do it yourself?
I will handle it.
Very well. There is also the Choam representatives. I'm sure they are already familiar with the situation, but it would be nice
I've
to
already
remind them.
spoken with them.
Ah, very good then. Of course, sir. Should you need me for anything else, I am right here.
Eric turns to enter the throne hall.
As you approach the door, you walk through like a through the front garden. There's like an antechamber as the doors are open. There are some hallways that go off elsewhere, but they're blocked off by guards. But as they approach, they see you, and there's a curt nod from them to you, and then a deeper nod at the Reverend Mother.
Well,
What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Is Joanna going to be split off from the house as she's having her role as Reverend Mother here, or what's the?
Depends. You are the House Spymaster, so it is you can announce your attachment to House Beleza, or you can keep yourself apart from them. But I imagine you're showing your allegiance to House Beleza.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll walk in with them. I just didn't know what the protocol was for this.
You're one of the few people on all the three worlds that could walk in by herself, and no one could challenge it. It's like, no, the Reverend Mother Silvanus is not refused the palace. Technically they could, but that'd be a war between the Reverend Mother and the Steward of Silvanus. Right. So
Yeah, following my place behind the Fallsgraven.
The doors are pushed open for you. The hallway is revealed with the grand pillars and paintings on the walls and a variety of banners, with the primary ones being the banners of Valoris, Arconis, Malevolus, Beleza, and of course the banner of the Silvani tribes. And there's people lining against the walls, huge swaths of people. The Judge of Change and her representatives, and her guards and attendants, which are the large reason why there's House Coriolis people in general, because they're here to help her do her job. Chief Wind Whisperer with the Silvani tribes, the Duke Corvin Malvolus, the Duke Eric, soon to be Steward of Silvanus, and the Duke Consort Theron. As you start to walk in, introducing Fallsgrafen Erica III of House Beleza. In her retinue, Marshal Mil Moonshadow, Treasurer Kareem Kabada. Introducing the Reverend Mother, Silvanus Johanna Mershid, Spymaster, the House Beleza. And there's a lot of murmurs and oohs and ahs from some people.
Pleasant smiles and nods left and right.
Duke Malvolus narrows his eyes at Erica. The Judge of Change kind of strokes her chin for a second, seeming, because this is news to her. She wasn't informed that there was a change. Because why would the Bene Gesserit inform the Judge of Change of changes?
It was not a political change. They didn't need to know.
You notice that there are banners draped at the far wall, all along one of the far walls, where there's like attendants of yours they're kind of holding your spot, so that way you have your place in line, so people start moving back out of the way. Actually, she moves back out of the way, let you guys in. Because imagine there's even more people behind all these people. This is just the people who can get onto the great carpet.
I'll acknowledge Wind Whisper as we walk by. If anything, closer to an acknowledgement that someone of a higher position, but not a significantly higher position, would give.
He puts a hand to his chest and does a respectful Silvani bow of sorts. A gesture that the Silvani aren't no. The Silvani rarely bow to anyone, but they do it in respect of the Landsrad.
I will acknowledge the representatives of the Silvani, both paying special attention to the Moonshadows, but also acknowledging the chief.
Yeah, the Moonshadows, you see a couple relatives in there somewhere, like a cousin here, there, an uncle over there. They give a lot more. Well, they're Moonshadows. To everyone else, they look downright cold, like you're not even related. But to you, they actually acknowledge that you exist in public. That's a pretty You know, that's a very friendly thing to do. It's only family do that. Like there's a look of pride among some of their faces. Like, hey, you have a good. You know, they're proud to see a marshal used in service of a house in a high position. So.
As we pass the Duke Melvolis, I will
Oops.
acknowledge him as an equal. And only yeah. No outright hostile intent, but there is an air of right. You're my equal now. You're not above me anymore.
Yeah, because when you left, he was the steward of Silvanus.
Yeah. The last time I saw him, almost certainly he was still that.
He almost doesn't acknowledge it, like it's bordering on rude how long he waits, but he does give a nod at you, Valsgrafen. Sorry for your loss.
As we discussed,
go
ahead.
Erica looks back and says, "And for yours."
Ooh.
He smirks at that.
Yeah, as we process, the Reverend Mother will give the appropriate, nods and gestures, and then when it comes to the Silvani representatives, she will, give the kind of change a bit and acknowledge them as more of a clan mother rather than pure Bene Gesserit, since I'm in that structure as well.
Yeah, you find the structures seem unfamiliar at first because it's not your memory, but the memory comes to you that you're like, in their structure, you're like the greatest of grandmothers. So
right.
It's a religious position, but also you're just one of the old ladies, which, you're not nearly that old, but that as far as they're concerned, you are one of the elders that they need to respect. How strict or stern you want to present yourself to them is up to you. Some Bene Gesserit like to really stamp on they'll wear the whole black robes and really stamp the authority of a distant world, or others are a lot more familial about the relationship.
I think the latter is the way I'm approaching it, and of course, I said that while wearing the traditional style of robes, they're made from the special Silvani fabric.
Shadow weaves. You're actually you're almost camouflaging a little bit as you move around.
Yeah, catching up with of course, jewelry and accents in copper. Just kind of underlining the straddling of both worlds.
Give me an understand roll, difficulty 1, as you notice the moon shadows are actually difficulty 2 because they're actually they're good at hiding their emotions. You notice they look at you a certain way, but you're not sure exactly what that look is because you're not a moon shadow. Mill, you won't need to roll this. You'll know why they're looking like this in a second.
Truth as a drive?
Yeah.
And you said diff 2?
2.
Statements. Oh, no, that's wrong. Never mind. I don't have a focus for this. I'll give you a threat for a third die.
Certainly.
Let's see if I can do this. Using focus now. Hey, there we go.
Oh, you generate 1 moment. There are, after they do their little nods of attention at their proud clans member in martial uniform, like, oh yay, good for her. The Moonshadows look to you, and there's a blink, and they do really well to hide it. To anyone else, it's just a very slow blink. which some off-world may think they're being rude, but you register that to the Moon Shadows you've surprised them. And when you think back on your other memories, it occurs to you that you are acting like the way you're dressed makes you look like a Moon Shadow clan mother, because that's what they would normally wear as well. So it's like, oh, and it's a look of it's like pleasant surprise, like, ooh, you look like not big, because it's not often that somebody does have dressed as you have before, but not recently. So the Moon Shadows are kind of happy about it, happily surprised about it.
Kind of the effect I was hoping for.
Hmm.
Kind of the effect I was hoping for.
Yeah. And the chief, as you pass by him and give your gestures, he murmurs, "The will of Silvanus be with you."
May it guide all of our steps.
He nods. And there, you notice there's a careful look in his eye. Like he is examining you, but in this setting, he doesn't have the time to really get a good look at you without coming off as rude, just staring you down. Especially since there's a lot of other people who could easily see his face right now, so it's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna examine you too closely.
Make my way to the end.
Does everyone else follow to the end, or do you fall in line?
What's the protocol?
Understand roll, difficulty 1. This is not something everyone knows.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd
actually,
also
let me do that as well.
want to jump in on that.
Yeah. One can lead, the others can assist. And it is obvious the false Garvin can approach. That's your nominal liege lord you're walking up to, so of course you get to approach the throne.
So understand. Duty, I would guess.
Yeah, what's your score on understand duty?
Well, I'm figuring that there have been other Reverend Mothers who have done this before.
I'll take duty for you. Others can use different drives. That's just what's driving Johanna to figure this out.
Well, duty for me as well. It is my duty to do this.
And have other Reverend Mothers been at this kind of ceremony before?
There's always a Reverend Mother at a installation of a steward.
Other memory will let me score 3 automatic successes.
So what you're saying is you should be leading this one.
So I got 4.
I will assist.
I will assist as well.
I do not assist.
I did not assist either.
I have not been to this rodeo, but I have been to this rodeo.
Yeah.
You generate 3 momentum just because you yourself sort of remember it from education and learning, and then you see the many memories of Reverend Mothers who have come to this place and seen many dukes and duchesses.
All of them ultimately bored.
Yes, unless the false Grafen waves Moonshadow and Kabata back, they can approach because they're in her retinue. You can approach because you're the Reverend Mother. Even if she waved you back.
Then I'll follow her.
Yeah.
I shall follow.
I would also follow with her. Just if I'm allowed to come along, I would.
Do you wave anyone back? False Grafen?
I won't think any less of you if you do.
I will on Millie, just because the false Coven is very aware of how deeply ingrained in Silvanus she is, being a landholder on the planet, having a marshal that is a member of the tribes, having the Reverend Mother who's deeply involved with the tribes. I don't want to walk up here and or do I? Actually, take that back. I will move forward with my little display of look at how much more involved I am in the planet than you are.
Excellent.
So yeah, no one gets waved back.
You walk past as you get past the positions of honor in the middle of the throne hall. You get into the stewards part of the hall where there are the various soul honor guards, with the addition of the military police under House Arconis. You see the grand Silvani throne, who it is wrought of Silvani wood, and has been very carefully cultivated as a plant itself. Like it is like it's a sort of it's a technique the Akas taught people over the years of how to make trees shape into beautiful things but still remain trees. So there is a bit of azure leaves behind them. You would never get sap from this thing. Well, technically you could, but it wouldn't be worth anything. Well, worth it to some people. People are weird. But anyway. But yes, this is a tree. This is a throne that's been sat on by stewards of Silvanus for millennia. The only difference being that the banner of House Valorian is the one that's hanging over the back of it, over it rather, not on it, but over it to indicate who's supposed to be sitting there. The one person standing in a more normal seat, like it's not a tree, it's just a really nice chair, is the ducal consort Theron. And off to the side, standing with the honor guard, is the heir consort Lady Seraphina. Which briefly, as Johanna and Seraphina's eyes meet, there's a daughter-mother relationship that clicks, and it just kind of it takes the Lady Seraphina off balance for a second, and then there's a nod to you.
Can I allow the memories of her mother to dictate my response here and to give that memory an opportunity to, I mean, maybe not right now, depending on if it's appropriate or not, to express herself to her daughter?
You find yourself putting one in the Silvani way. You put one open hand against your left hand against your chest and split open, and then you gently nod your head at her, acknowledging her as a person. You're acknowledging that she's supposed to be here as a Reverend Mother, which you don't need to do, and a Reverend Mother would never have to do that, but she would want to push her daughter a little along. Just a little bit of recognition.
Okay.
Which, there's another blink, and then
and I'll give her a warm smile.
She takes a deep, like Bene Gesserit style, sort of Penderbindu, calm down, sort of motion to herself. It's like, ooh, that was,
Mom.
Yeah. Well, Scruff and Erica, a pleasure to see you in this place once again. It has been many years since, oh goodness, not since we went sap picking when we were children.
Erica will give a modest bow and say, I look forward to your presence in this hall again. And with Erica's gestures and bowing, I wish to uh, make it apparent that um, there is respect, but respect that needs to be like earned and rewarded. Like I don't want to give off obvious. I don't want to give off.
You're not trying to be defiant, but you are.
And I'm not trying to appear stoutly loyal either. It's a very much trying to put a signal of you need me as much as I need you. Um,
Communicate, difficulty too.
uh, 3 momentum.
Certainly. 2, 3. Oops, too far. Way too far. Got it.
Justice, I think. There's a legal relationship here which has to be upheld. That there are things he is obligated to provide and things I'm obligated to provide. So I have a right to ensure that he plans to do his part.
Your statement doesn't contradict that. That's good. I have no reason to push you with it, so I'm not going to. I did notice one of your traits is courtier, so I'm actually going to drop the difficulty down to 1 because you actually know there are certain ways. You're not the first noble who's had to.
Okay.
This sort of thing happens even in the Landsrad back on Kaitan. There is always that give and take relationship between vassal and lord. Courtiers understand.
Focus in innuendo, because much about this is what's not said, not what is.
3 generated.
I'm gonna do my favorite thing. I get to create a new trait on him for free. Because I bought dice on a communicate test, so that will be. So he already thinks I'm a loyal vet. Well, I guess is that trait still there?
How long do these traits last for? Does it say?
You may create a new trait for free upon the character you have spoken to, which reflects your inference upon their moods or thought. It doesn't say.
Okay, so these go away after this ceremony, after this chapter, if you will.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why Loyal Vassal and Impressed are still there, because it's the same event. Pressed by your consort, sorry, and then he's led to believe you're a loyal vassal.
What's Theron's title again?
Duke Consort, or Ducal Consort. Or if you're recognizing him solely in his role as leader of House Arconis, you would call him Duke Theron. But in this setting, it's Duke Consort. Silvanus can never do anything straightforward.
I'm trying to think of something that is like that he thinks that he needs to do something to ensure that continued loyalty.
Some sort of emotion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to phrase that. Would must reassure or something like that work? Like his emotion towards me is that, or his mood towards me is that he has to take steps to reassure vassals.
I might actually throw the suggestion of respected. Like you're not just any old vassal, you're a respected vassal, and that implies he's supposed to do something
Sure.
to earn it, to earn your loyalty rather than just the title.
Because of what I wanted, do you think there was a promise and or agreement here?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay.
Volsgraf and Erica, you are, without doubt, your honorable father's daughter in beauty and in your understanding of noblesse justice. The will of Silvanus teaches us to understand all parts of our world. We share the same 3 worlds. I assure you that this throne will recognize the will of Silvanus that sits in it, and the will of Silvanus that sits within you. There's some polite clapping from some people. And there's some looks among people who are a little like, they don't really like that he brought up the will of Silvanus so openly like that, but not a faux pas, it's more of a, there are factions religiously in Silvanus.
Alright, I'll return to our place.
I imagine the others withdraw as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Judge of Change, would you render your verdict, please? He calls. His voice bellows across the room. Lady Riva steps into the center. It is recognized under my authority, invested in me by the Emperor of the Imperium and the Landsraad of the Imperium, by testimony and record, that House Valerian shall be steward of Silvanus. Should any have evidence to contest this, this is your last chance. She gives a glare at Duke Corvin, and it's very open. Like, it is obvious she's not happy with him for some reason. He looks like he's gonna step forward, and it's like her glare stops him, and he just stares her down, and they just stare at each other for a beat, and then he just kind of sighs and gets into military attention again. And the Lady Riva gives a tiny nod at him. She kind of glances over at Chief Whisper, who just kind of makes a flirtatious smile, like hello, like hi. We've met before. She just kind of almost rolls her eyes in front of everybody, just contains herself, and looks over, looks at Theron out of formality, and then she blinks at herself like, oh right, he's not going to oppose. And then she looks over at you. See if you say anything. Valsgrafen.
So this is a... Is she a member of House Carino, or she's a noble from another family that House Carino has sent?
She's a noble of another family, an off-world family that has been empowered by the Imperial throne to judge on his behalf. So she has the weight of the imperial throne, but she herself isn't of House Corino. I want to keep calling it House Coriolis. That's not what it's Corino.
It would be beyond us to know whether the Emperor wanted this. I'm sure he did, but we're certain that this is her intention. Like,
You could attempt understanding difficulty 5 to puzzle it out, but to puzzle out the Emperor's intentions. It's really hard to figure it out with so little information. But the fact she's declared her intention. She's just waiting to see if anyone wants to contest it.
I will go for understand.
Oh, she probably.
Understand power. Because although, I have no power over the Emperor, I understand what it is like to have absolute power, and what you have to do to maintain it.
I'll take that. Yeah, that was my guess as to how you were understanding as well. You may not know his mind, but you do know what it is to be controlling the levers of power around you. His levers are just a lot longer than yours is all.
I will. I'm allowed to use determination on a statement, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, it'd be attached to your power statement because that's what you're using.
Which is, yeah, I was justifying that statement.
I can be advised, but my word is final and absolute.
So it's not my word. It's my understanding of what it's like to have absolute power.
I'll take that, yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that myself.
And then I'll spend, I think it's 5 for the rest of the dice, so 4 off the table and 1 to you.
Good. Oh, everyone marked down, you just gained an AP because I just threw a high difficulty at you.
Sweet.
Oh wait, is that the high difficulty that triggers it? I'll give 1 anyway. So it's a super high difficulty.
Yeah, it's over 3, I think.
Where's it 3 for the threatsman?
Answer points. Oh, if you fail this, you'll gain the point.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Focus in innuendo, because it's what's not being said here that's important.
Yeah.
Not the words out of her mouth, but
You have innuendo attached to your understand?
oh, sorry, no. I don't know why yeah, sorry. No, I assume this is not advanced technology.
No. Oh, better hope not, anyway. Oh god, the Emperor's actually a Gola.
That checks out.
No, there are in so many ways. No, it doesn't.
Did I roll 1 too many dice? I did roll 1 too many dice.
I ignore that last one. You're at 4, I believe.
Let me see.
Ooh, and there's a complication on the board, too.
Let's see, I might have. Is there any way another person can help you with their determination?
Together. You could roll to assist if you kind of murmur your curiosity to one of your one of your party.
Yeah, I'm planning on something similar.
But for determination spend, oh, there it is. 157.
I don't think so because it's not one of the options.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Johanna could assist with understand truth.
Sure, if you want. My my backup plan here was to spend the 5 threat to activate Galia because she can assist. She can't make her own rolls, but she could assist. And she has a 8 understand and a 7 truth.
Yep. Sorry. Just other.
Well, if you're willing to communicate this to all of us, I might be willing to lend an assist as well.
It's not me who gets to decide how many assists are possible.
No, you can all assist as long as you're willing to murmur to others your thoughts. Then yeah, they can help.
Sure.
Because you're trying to puzzle out something while this is going on. This conversation, this whisper conversation, is probably happening while she's looking over this way. I imagine you're trying to figure this out
Okay.
before she looks over to you.
Yeah.
I'll give it a truthful understanding as well.
Yeah. I think I'll go with power because this is trying to understand the wisdom and or clever ploy behind the Emperor's actions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, you're on the dot so far. One more.
Nice.
You have a comp on the table. Do you wish to give me 2 threat, or do you want a complication?
That's not my choice.
It is.
No, it is in this game.
Oh, okay.
In DUNE it
Because
is.
you can't. Yeah, you can't buy with momentum. You can only buy with threat. Buy it off.
No, you can take the threat.
Between the 4 of you, you may not have served under the Padishah Emperor. Hell, you've only heard of the guy. None of you may have even set foot in Kaitan. But understanding the levers of power is not easy, but it is possible by the virtue of the fact that he is truly human, like the rest of you, with the same appetites and wants as any other human. Has more access. He had selected the House Malvolus some time ago, a few years ago, and it has been his tradition. The Padishah emperors before him have always meddled in the affairs of Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. This time he didn't do it. This was not his work. And imagine a ploy that you initiated, got it all set up, put all your ducks in a row, did this big thing, and then you're told, off screen as it were, that someone else undid what you just did. Now, thankfully, it's not an enemy of yours, but he doesn't have a finger. He has a finger in the Malvolus pie, not in the Valorian pie. So, not the least of which, the ducal consort is of the house that he removed before Malvolus, and now they're sitting, even if they're not on the the Silvanus throne. He is at he has the ear of the throne now. Yeah, he's not going to be angry about this, because if he really wanted to, he could step in. And you get the feeling that if there wasn't this Ken Lee conflict between Ikaz and Moritani, he probably would involve himself here. But he has a much bigger fire to deal with. This is just an L he has to take. It's not worth putting all his resources to stop it. He would love to have stopped it.
He wants Malvolus in charge right now?
Because he has control over him. Or at least he has some influence on him. Whereas Valorian, he doesn't. Or if he does, he doesn't have time to set it up. So his only option, either he'd have to come here and stop it, or he needs to start working on getting an in-house Valorian. Without just blatantly overruling the Judge of Change, which he can do, but it will cause a scandal on Silvanus and a Kaitan.
Methinks there's opportunity for profit here.
Well, be aware of who also is kind of behind this upheaval of the Emperor's plans.
Who's that?
Witches.
You cut out there. Who?
Witches.
Not. Oh, okay. My confusion was I thought you were saying which is so and so. You were saying it's like which is who? Oh, you mean the Bene Talaxia?
The Bene Gesserit.
Oh, okay.
This was a kind of a maneuver by the previous Reverend Mother. That's why her daughter is the whatever consort. I forget
Air consort.
what they're calling. Air consort.
I don't know if this is possible, but in the brief second after she gets to Malvolus, but before she gets to me, is it possible to look at Malvolus and have the briefest negotiation, just to mouth the words, the forest, as in to indicate if I got the forest, perhaps he gets the stewardship.
I will tell you, given the amount of actors here and where you are, you could do it, but it'd be seen. It'd be noticed by someone. You need to, if you wanted to have that conversation, you'd have to have it somewhere else, or have to have had it before you got here.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. True stealth is not an option. I'm just not trying to say it out loud. Like, I know
see what
that
you're saying, yeah.
someone else is going to notice, but if I've already hedged my bets huge with the Duke. So, if I do something that kind of makes me look like I'm shopping around a bit, I've got so many traits on him that those are going to brunt the impact of that.
I will say, difficulty 5, complication 5. Just because there's so many people who might notice this or interrupt or do something to screw this up for you.
Okay, then what I'll say before attempting it is, because we don't have much time here, I'll say to the other 4 around, the Emperor wants Malvolus. Malvolus is weak. We could puppet them like the Emperor does. And wait for anyone's, I guess y'all have a couple of seconds to give half a thought before I decide.
So yay or nay on a meta level on this plan.
With you till the bitter end. That's what we agreed on, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't think Erica wants or asks for blind loyalty. Don't say yes because I thought the idea up, right?
Right, of course, but how it turns out remains to be seen, right? We can't really judge an idea by its cover. If you want to see it through, I'd be more than willing to see it through with you.
Well,
Johanna will say that Johanna will say such would put us in bed with the Redeemers. Because the wacko religious cultists are supported by Malvolus.
the other way around, if I remember, Malvolus doesn't have a firm relationship with them. They just like that they exist.
It's
Hold on,
more like a necessary evil in their eyes, maybe.
let
but
me
remains to be
check
seen.
my notes.
Yeah, because we didn't automatically get Malvolus as an enemy just because we're an enemy of the religious cult.
Right, because they act as kind of a nascent house, but I think beneath the shadowed veil, the Redeemer Inquisition emerges a zealous force in service to House Malvolus. That's the bit that we were given on the Redeemer Inquisition cult. Now,
Can you tell Wendell Bear's guy doesn't like the Inquisition much?
Somehow.
Does Moonshadow say anything?
I think Moonshadow is BRB.
Oh no.
No. Point of the matter is, if you want to do this, that's your call.
I mean, worst case scenario, you just get caught and gain an advancement point.
I mean, yeah. The drama.
Well,
drama
no.
is
So
good.
yeah.
I
so
suppose if you
there's-
succeed, there is the aftermath of that, but you know.
Well, I'm already planning a little bit here in that I have the trait impulsive and courtier, so I'm kind of hoping that one or both of those are going to help me here. So on a meta level, right? I'm fine going for the task, but I'm not so much looking for Kareem's support as like, does Kareem as the financial advisor have an opinion?
If this is a good move or not.
Well, if in character I knew about the finer minutiae of your plan, then I might be able to conduct a calculation.
You're right. Okay, sure.
But so far, I can only say yes, sire. That is your decision, and we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Oh, Moonshadow's back.
The quick 5-second decision. Should I try to almost flagrantly negotiate with House Malvolus? My control, the I don't even know that this is how the plan would work, but the suggestion was to try to, across the hallway, right, say to Malvolus, the forest, with the intent of negotiating with him. I get control of the forest, and I, in return, object to the change in stewardship, giving him the opportunity to giving him some wiggle room as he attempts to regain the stewardship. And you have a very short window to,
and
on a character level respond, and on a meta level say yes or no.
And Johanna's response was that negotiating with it, getting close to Malvolus would put us in bed with the Redeemer Inquisition.
Oh yeah, so basically one advisor says yes and one says no, so all the pressure's on you. Go.
Well, I didn't say yes or no. I said, let's give it the old college try, right? I can't figure out the permutations by myself.
You're a mentat. That's your whole job.
IRL, I said I can't figure out the permutations. In game, I could, but IRL, I'm not advanced enough to do that.
Well, maybe ask for a roll.
Yeah, you could. I'd give you an understand roll if you wanted to do some calculations. You're a mentat.
Yeah, okay. Let's do some calculations.
Well, what specifically do you want to know? Because that'll help me figure out the difficulty. It might be very easy or very hard, depending.
Well, is negotiation with House Malvolus in the long run beneficial for us? Or are we next in line for a proper House Malvolus backstabbing? And will we hurt ourselves more if we do this now, or, you know, is there going to be profit in the long term?
I'll call this, because you're a mentat, understand 4.
Understand 4.
Yeah.
Will this help me out here?
I would say so.
Okay, so
because you can look back
2.
on the history between the 4 houses and how that's worked out before, so on and so on.
Well, I'd like to use justice for this one because we are all equals under the auspices of the Emperor, right? And spend that one momentum.
Well, yeah, because the problem right now is that the emperor is not actually making a decision and enforcing his will here.
Exactly.
I have an offer for you.
Shoot.
I have to word it properly though, because right. Okay, so I need this book. I will say unto you, I wish to try to comply you to say what I want you to say, through the statement, the numbers don't lie. If you take this offer, there's a certain answer I'm going to give you that may not be what you're looking for, but you'll gain a determination point out of it. Or you can challenge it. You cross out the statement and you can refill it as a scene. You can try to refill it with something else as you reflect back on this. Because there's the numbers and then there's what's between the numbers. That's why I feel like complying you with the numbers don't lie.
I'll take the numbers.
Are you taking determination or are you crossing it?
I'll take a determination.
The calculation here is that the Emperor has a very variable number due to his connections with House Harkonnen and how he's been pushing them, his conflict with Duke Leto and House Atreides, his mishandling, some might say in the Landsraad, of the Khazmor Tani conflict. So normally he has absolute control of the Landsraad, but in practice that's not how that works. It works the same way Erica did with Eric. Except imagine Erica's the Landsraad and Eric's the Emperor. The Emperor needs to earn that respect, so he's only as powerful as the Landsraad lets him. But at the same time, the only way the Landsraad can win is by uniting against him. To win the battle here locally, you would need Duke Theron on board, as well as Malvolus, to overthrow the Steward. So numerically, on a local level, you're doomed. But if you can get the Emperor out of whatever if you can last long enough for the Emperor to get out of, for the Khazmor Tani fight to end, you could hope to get him in on this as well. So in the short term, you basically have to survive long enough to hope that the Emperor will get in, or you have to somehow get control of Arconis or Valorian.
So overall, the crux of it is not perhaps the smartest idea, but profitable in the long run. Did I get that right?
Take the information as you will.
Okay, my decision remains unchanged with the light of this new information. I am on board with your plan. I smell profit in the future.
And Millie's thoughts?
You're muted if you're saying anything there, Mill.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What are your thoughts?
Oh, um, can I ask for a roll, specifically, a battle roll from the sense of like, if we antagonize House Malvolus, how screwed are we if they decide to respond violently to that? I'm guessing the answer is very, but I'm wanting to make sure. Or would that be more of a understand roll?
I'm thinking. Battle 2. Normally would be 1, but you're kind of thinking on it in you have very limited time, so it's harder than normal. Battle
Gotcha.
difficulty 2.
I assume my focus of tactics applies.
I wouldn't take it here. The stakes are too big. Then again. Sorry, I'm thinking. Oops. Wrong part of the book entirely. Yeah, I'd want something like strategy for this kind of role rather than tactics.
Okay. Fair enough. And I'm going to use power as my focus, or as my drive on this one.
Yeah, your statement doesn't contradict. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I'll spend momentum for an extra die, I think.
Roger. Oh, God. Oh. I got it.
And submit.
Big gamble right out of the gate. Forward to this. So that's 2. Right now, as things are, if Malvolus wanted to go to a war with you, they would need to invoke Can Lee to even try it, for one. And if they did, there are 2 complicating factors that prevent them from realistically doing it. One is the conflict between Ikaz and Moritani, of which he's on the same side as your house is. You're both supporting Ikaz, who is technically the greater house over Silvanus. But infighting happens among banner houses. That's not unheard of. It's just, it adds to confusion for him. He already has some of his resources off in the war. Well, the War of Assassins, but you know. Locally speaking, he has a problem. He would, numerically, if he wanted to fight you, if it was just between the 2 of you, his house is more battle ready than yours, as far as you're aware. That may not be true when you look over the books when you get home, back up to the moon. But at present, off the top of your head, his house specializes in military action. But what could potentially save you, is if the Silvani tribes, the houses Valorian and Arconis, step in to defend you. Like if they don't think what he's doing is just, then they may step in to stop him. And given your presence and the Reverend Mother's presence, the Silvani tribes likely won't stand by and let him just attack you. If he was going to win, he'd have to declare Canley, and he'd have to do it. He'd have to win fast. His Canley battle can't take long. Otherwise, he would lose because you'd have time to render support to your side. But 1-on-1, certainly. 1-on-1, he's most likely going to win that fight. Just in sheer military might.
Gotcha. Then in that case, my thoughts are, it would be safest for the house if we were to avoid direct conflict for now. But I don't think a conflict would be a lost cause if we were able to drag it out.
All right. Then I'm not going to do that, but I am going to be impulsive and do something similar because Erica is impulsive.
Mm-hmm.
As she comes to me and she asks my support, Erica steps forward and says, House Beleza must know stability, and for that, Silvanus must know stability. I would like to know the Emperor's will should succession be necessary, since Duke Elric has no suitable heir. Erica almost, it's like, it might be shocking for her to step out and say this to y'all. It's equally shocking to her because she's only finished thinking it through at the time she's finished saying it. Because again, impulsive.
I can answer that for you, Falsgrafen, says Duke Eric. And everyone looks to him. A lot of faces are expecting him to be shouting or standing out of his throne and stuff. He's not. He's just sitting there. And he's just kind of looking to see if you acknowledge it or not.
I turn to him and give him the space to speak because he is superior in several aspects. And, on the face of it, my question, while I may have ulterior motives to asking it, on the face, my question is basically directed at him.
Yeah. The intention, until I render an heir, is to look to my father, the Lord Castilian, and my mother, Lady Alara, and ensure either that we have a continuation or a peaceful transition to a worthy house. Stability will be maintained. That is what I agree with you. It is best to maintain stability in such matters. So I have arranged a contingency plan in the event of the unspeakable.
I look back to the Lady of Change, who the question was originally directed at. Trying to discern what the Emperor might want. Well, I kind of know what the Emperor might want, but what she might want, and if she, I guess her reaction to that response is what I'm waiting for.
I believe that the House Valorian is in the best position for this region and for its continued contribution to the Landsrat and to the Lion Throne. The particulars upon that stability are on the shoulders of Duke Eric, and I believe him competent enough and capable enough to do such. Duke Corbin looks very angry at the way she said that. But he's maintaining, it's like a military guy who's at attention, and as try as he might, everything about him is discipline. Shoulders back, chin up. And then, as you get past the chin, that look of utter rage, like he wants to do something and he knows he can't. Or at least he's been advised he shouldn't, if nothing else.
Is there any
But
way
there's certain vengeance in those eyes. Lady Riva has made an enemy of this man. Maybe not today he'll get her, but someday he's going to get her back for this.
kind of wish I could goad him into doing it. I'll step back, saying that House Beleza is satisfied by the Emperor's will.
Lady Riva nods. And you get a sense from her that she doesn't look angry that you asked her a question. If anything, she looked surprised. She was surprised when no one else said anything. And once you said something, it's like, okay, finally, someone's asking me a question. Well, thus it is, thus it shall be. And she steps back in line. Erica, you notice that quite a few of her retinue are paying you a little more close attention now.
I mean, everyone should, but okay.
Well, once you get back in line, even when people start looking, as Duke starts beginning to speak, there's still few eyes still looking at you. Yeah, you did get the whole room's attention when you stepped forward like that. It's like, well, a lady from afar speaks her voice, so speaking to one's reputation at least. Duke Eric nods, says, Silvanus Johanna Mershid, I ask your assistance, please.
I will come forward, I guess.
He steps out of his throne and stands beside it. I ask you to render, if I truly am Duke Eric, House Valorian, and if this is true, the throne of Silvanus, and if the will of Silvanus is being seen this day.
So, is this like just a kind of ritualistic thing, like a formulaic thing, or is there something I'm expected to imbibe or do here?
Understand, difficulty 1.
Understand truth?
Yep.
Would memory of past events help me with this?
It would, yeah.
Okay, so
Take your 3 hits.
5.
Gain 4.
It's a momentum
So-
machine.
So the ceremony is an attempt to make sure that Eric didn't put in there's not like a person disguised as him or pretending to be him. And deeper back, there have been attempts by the Bene Talaxu to try to get a face dancer to kind of seize it. So this is their way, Sylvanus' way of checking, no, it is really me. Please make sure I'm actually who I say I am. And if someone didn't make that call, you could have an opposition to it. Because you'd be like, no, I don't recognize who that is. I don't know if that's actually the Duke or not.
Right. Put your hand in the box.
Yeah. The other thing is to make sure the throne is in fact the throne, because if it were to be stolen or burned or destroyed, you're supposed to be informed of such things, because it has to be regrown. That's a process you have to go through. And that's partially, well, you know the reason why that throne is so important. As the will of Silvanus is seen through the throne, shall we say.
Okay.
So the throne actually has to be there.
Right.
And lastly, it's acknowledging that he isn't, like, as a quote-unquote neutral witness, because technically you're not of any house.
Right.
He's making sure he's not breaking any rules. He didn't coerce anyone. Everything that was done here was done legally. That's the 3 big things he's making sure to check on. Though draped in language and ceremony millennia old.
Okay, so, I mean, I don't have to imbibe the truth speaker drug or anything here. I'm just checking things out and affirming that people are who they say they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she gathers immense dignity about her and slowly closes her eyes and calls upon the other memory of the Reverend Mothers going all the way back to ensure that everything is as it should be, that there are no memories of some weird throne switch or baby switch with Eric and all this kind of stuff.
He's actually the son of he's actually Malvolus's cousin. Actually, he probably is, because there's only 4 of you.
Carconan is your grandbaby.
For momentum, I'll fill in that gap.
Okay, sure.
You remember there was an attempt by Agents Unknown to destroy the throne, but it was shown not to be Malvolus's working. It was the Inquisition. But it's not something that's being shouted by either Valor. It's something that Valorian and the previous Reverend Mother had figured out, but they didn't make it public because it was a... Much like how you guys squashed the thing that happened on your moon, that he squashed his problem before he even got into the throne room. So as we squash it, we're not going to shout from the rooftops that we were attacked, but we know it's someone tried to do something.
Right.
And he is in fact Eric. You recognize this. She helped. She didn't raise him, but she was very familiar with him because he would have run into the Reverend Mother quite a few times. There's little quirks about the way he stands, the way he smirks, the way he's been talking this whole time.
Right. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, we declare this is the throne of Silvanus, as it has always been, as it has weathered all threats. And we further declare that this is the Duke Eric Valorian of the true line. May God give him refuge from Satan, the outcast, the machines, for now and evermore.
You hear amens come reverberate throughout the room.
And she will give him a bow and say, "My Lord Steward."
Silvanus Johanna Mershid, I thank you for your service, and look forward to its future service. And its service to House Beleza. He nods at Falsgraf and kind of making sure, like, no, I'm not trying to steal her, that sort of thing.
Gives it a small smile, that bow, so that she goes back to her place.
Now I'll just recruit your spy master right now. Let's go.
Good luck.
Job offers. It's always exciting to get an unexpected job offer.
The temptation was there, but yeah, don't tempt fate, buddy. That the false Grommet does not look like a wilting flower waiting to be stomped on. It's like,
that is fair.
Go ahead, come at me. I'm willing to start stuff. Let's go. Okay, maybe not right now. Maybe later. My fellow denizens of Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris. Today marks a pivotal moment in the history of our beloved worlds. For millennia, our houses have strived for dominance over Silvanus and its moons, each aspiring to be recognized as a major house in the Landsraad. And yet, despite our efforts, we've remained relegated to the status of mere stewards. And today, that changes. As I stand before you as the newly appointed steward of Silvanus, and as House Valorian is elevated to the esteemed rank of Major House, I am filled with profound gratitude and determination. We, people of Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, have long been loyal servants of the Iron Throne, steadfast in our commitment to uphold the values of honor, courage, and unity. Our ancestors fought valiantly during the Butlerian Jihad, demonstrating our resilience and unwavering dedication to the preservation of humanity. We have fed the hungry, healed the wounded, and rebuilt our shattered empire from the ashes of destruction. Yet, despite our contributions, we've remained overlooked and underestimated by our allies. But no longer. I pledge to you that we will not rest until the banner of Silvanus flies proudly among the great houses of the Imperium. Whether it is House Valorian or another that ascends to this esteemed position matters not to me. What matters is that the will of Silvanus is heard throughout the cosmos, that our voices are recognized and respected on the galactic stage. Together, we shall honor our ancestors and forge a future of prosperity, unity, and strength unlike anything the Imperium has seen in over 10,000 years. By the grace of Almighty God, by the guidance of our Creator, and in reverence to all our relations, I solemnly swear this oath to you all. He stands out of his throne. Long live Silvanus! Long live the unity of our worlds! And long live the spirit of our people! And he starts cheering those last lines out.
Yay!
I will say that of Valerian and Arconis, they cheer, obviously, because they probably knew about this speech ahead of time. Malvolus is stunned, and there's no cheering from them. It's a lot of looking at him, and he murmurs into people's ears like it is obvious he did not know this is where Valerian was going to go with this. Lady Riva narrows her eyes at him and murmurs into her people's ears. Chief Wind Whisper looks to him and then looks at Johanna and then looks back at him. And it's like he's waiting to see what House Beleza's gonna do.
So, what did is my understanding that Alaric just declared via fiat that he's a major house?
Well, he is major house by being named steward of Silvanus.
But it's like
he wants to ascend the throne to be a great house throne, rather than a thing that cycles between the four of you.
As in, okay, he wants his family to permanently control the throne.
Well, he did say he didn't care which family it was necessarily, but that he wanted one of the four to become a true great house.
Yeah, because remember, by tradition, by the millennia, no house of Silvanus, Agrestis, or Salutaris has held the stewardship for more than 3 generations. So, because of such a short time being a major house, none of you have ever had a chance in 10,000 years to ever ascend past being a major house for a little bit. You've got
So he wants the 4th house to arise.
Are there only 3 great houses?
Mm-hmm. There's quite a few great houses.
What do you mean that the 4th to arise?
It's a legend / prophecy of Silvanus that a 4th house will arise and kind of unite the tribes and everything, and
4th of what?
The 4th house.
Yeah, but 4th as okay. Who was
It's
the 3rd?
prophecy. Prophecy's not known for speaking, clearly. Prophecy. Don't believe everything you're prophesied.
Or do, because the Jesuits say so.
Right. Believe everything the Bene Gesserit tell you.
Okay, so to clarify,
Mm-hmm.
it is what he did say is that he wants one of Malvolus, Valorian, or Beleza to become a great house centered on Salutaris.
Or Arconus. But yes, one of you, he wants one of the four to become to be the one that leads this place into being instead of a major house, becoming a great house. Which by nature will draw the others up to major houses, so an explosion of power would happen from here. You can see why Malvolus was thrown.
Yeah, because sure, let's all get bigger, but who do you think you are to claim this while you're sitting on the throne? Because the implication is that he's going to be the great house, right? He may say, "Let's hope it's one of us," right? But why wouldn't he want it to be him? And I'm not interested in the stewardship becoming permanent to one house unless it's my house. So yeah, Erica looks unenthused. This seems like he's dictating that he's going to become more powerful, and we have the opportunity to let him do that.
So no cheering from you.
No.
Others follow the footsteps of their Falsgrafen.
And the way she steps, I step.
I would follow.
Joanna would not cheer, but she would definitely smile broadly, because that is the will of Silvanus right there. I mean, I might have my preferences of who I wanted to see become the great house, but that is the will of Silvanus, so I'm with it. But yeah, I wouldn't be so gauche as to cheer when my lord and everything isn't. But
the chief then, after seeing your house's reaction, he politely claps. He doesn't cheer. He just claps. He claps, which kind of spurs the people around Lady Riva to politely clap as well. So there's an obvious cheer from here, deathly silence from here, and polite clapping from back here. And it is on that stage that Duke Eric and Duke Theron and Lady Seraphina look about the room and see their enemies and allies clearly. Or rivals, if nothing else.
I mean, kind of, but we don't clap, but also he has all kinds of loyal vassal and respect for us hanging over him, so...
Right.
I wouldn't call that clear.
Depends on one's point of view. He is, eventually, he waves for the cheering to stop and the clapping to stop. With all that out of the way, enjoy yourself here in the palace. Rejoice. And we will enjoy fine dining and dancing in the appropriate halls. If you have no taste for either, there's of course the exhibition hall, where everyone has their things proudly displayed. And of course, all those in service and vassalage have their rooms set aside for them. I invite you to spend the night here in the palace, and when all is said and done, go to your duties, assemble your houses, and let us guide our houses forth. Good day to you all.
Assemble.
And then people start, like, that's the dismissal to let everyone kind of, like, break up and go different places and stuff like that. It's around this time Chief Windwhisper does take a look at you guys and kind of nods to indicate that he's willing to follow you guys to somewhere, because he did promise he was gonna speak with you guys. He was gonna make sure he spoke to you guys first.
If he can come with us to the Nobilis.
Oh, you're leaving the palace.
We have like a wing or something set aside for us in the palace, right?
Yeah, you have your own like rooms set aside here for the occasion.
Oh, okay. Okay, then we can go there.
He stabs you. No.
He can try.
Stay there. Stay in the throne. The honor guard's gonna stay with him. Everybody's will follow the Duke Consort. Various people fill out the seats here. I don't know. Oh, dear. Alright, so I know where Falscroft is going. Who else is going to meet with Wind Whisper? That room can be expanded. I just made it as a tiny square to indicate it's not as big as the other rooms.
Would the Falsgrafen like anyone else to be with her?
The spy master, to ensure the room is safe to speak in. I was gonna ask if Moonshadow would go check out the artillery expo and get an idea on what we're dealing with these Malvolus people.
So where do people go, folks?
Can Joanna try and create an asset of, I don't know, security team to sweep the room? Or what would be the role for that?
You could create that bubble thing.
Well, I'd have to create the asset again anyway. It's not a permanent one.
Yeah, I was only bringing that. If you're going to spend, you could do that way.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so why don't I just spend 2 for an Ixian dampener?
You're gonna spend 2 momentum to create it?
Yeah, I think
okay.
you can create an asset that way.
Mm-hmm. You can.
Right?
You can do it. Basically, you can create without a roll that way.
Okay.
Unless I don't know if there's an asset that's specifically to do like check for bugs.
I don't know. I like the Ixian dampener, for example, is mentioned in the book, but it's never statted out as an asset. I went to the DUNE wiki to read up about it.
Well, it should be. I remember using one.
Yeah, it says their devices to nullify eavesdroppers. Small tools usually cover a dome of roughly 10-meter area.
Yeah, but I don't think they have. I mean, it's mentioned there, but it's not like they statted out the asset like they did with some of the other things.
What do you mean statted out? It has what it does as an asset and the keywords.
Oh, okay.
That is
page 196.
Maybe I just missed it again. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yep.
And I guess I can spend to create that if you want to go do something else.
No, it's fine. Do you want me to be there for the actual conversation, or?
I don't. If you want to be there, you can. Right. I don't know all of the things that you know or have the relationship with them that you have. But so, I'm not going in to try to convince them of all these prophecy stuff, right? I'm just going in to conduct financial and alliance business. Um, so if y'all want something, like if Kareem or you have something you want to get talked about, then y'all would probably want to be there. But if you think there's something more important, then you know, I would.
No, that wasn't what I was saying at all. I don't, I'm sure I can find something to do, but I just didn't know if you wanted the spy master.
No, no one's prohibited,
Okay.
but I do acknowledge that there are a lot of other things that could be done here that would be useful. So, do y'all go do what you want to do, or come here. I don't care. Choose something.
So it is written.
Oh no, Stilgar's here. Run. How do you get off of Arrakis? Why is he here? It's 10 years in the past. Just likes trees, I don't know. Yeah, so where is the Marshal going, for example?
The marshal is muted again, I swear to God.
I'm not. I'm thinking. Sorry.
Muted in thought, if not in voice.
I think I'll head over to the exhibition hall.
You're going? Where is the treasurer going?
Well, considering that our planet, or our moon rather, is a very artistic sort of place, I was wondering if I could poach a couple of talented young artists here and perhaps offer a couple of, how do you call them again? Scholarships? Hey, why don't you come to our moon? We actually are patrons of the arts and we care about you.
Where would you like?
Young, on the scout for young, prospectful talents, which might benefit our industry.
Where do you look for them? In the dining hall, the dance hall, the front garden?
I think the dance hall might be a good place to start.
Where is the spy master? I mean, the Reverend Mother going?
Same person. Where are the new stewards and their family? Where's the thruple?
They've split up, so Dugaric's just remaining on his throne, attending to matters. The Duke Consort's in the dining hall. Lady Seraphina is in the dance hall.
Okay.
The only high-ranking person that's gone to the exhibition hall is the Judge of Change.
Right.
Beyond your Marshal.
I think I'm actually going to sit in on this meeting and make sure the room is secure and all that stuff. And maybe afterwards walk out with Chief Wind Whisper and have a chat.
Which scene would you all like me to resolve first? Your 3 different scenes going on at the moment. Not combative, for one. That's the Marshal scene or the Wind Whisper scene.
The Marshal, so I can microwave lunch.
Very good. Marshal Moonshadow. You step into the exhibition hall and see before you this is a grand, think of a massive museum within the palace itself. the various exhibitions of the specializations, the primary domains, if you will, of the major houses of the three of your worlds. You see models of the Sapweavers. You see, of course, what looks to be a facsimile, a sort of diorama, a three-dimensional diorama of what it looks like for it looks like a bunch of Sapweavers climbing up a tree and like planting things, and you see further on like how the process of extraction is done, with little like annotations added to it, clarifications. You can see like little figurines of people from the various houses who might be helping, but the majority is, of course, how the Sapweaver clan does it. Of course, there is one proper, just good old-fashioned Silvani tree planted here. This position here, where the Silvani tree is, that changes based on who the steward of Silvanus is. They can choose what they put in that spot. It seems that the steward has seen fit to put a Silvani tree there. You of course see various records in the far corner of historic documents that have been done and signed to the Landsrat, to various great houses and minor houses and nascent houses, old copies of the imperial edicts that are related to your worlds. A pharmaceuticals expo of like, here's the various drugs we have, here's the tools we've used, here's how we refine sap, various like a little science expo sort of thing, or even a trade expo looking thing over there, compared to the history museum over there and the cultural museum over here. And of course, close to the door is the artillery expo, where there are some set piece artillery, not armed for obvious reasons, but like they have like proper they have like some artillery pieces sitting in that part of it. The biggest one is the cannon that is the artillery piece that's used in currently being used in the war of assassins between Akaz and Moritani. But there's also like a bunch of smaller ones, and there's little busts of artillerists and logicians who worked on these things and invented them and that sort of thing. So military museum. And then of course there is the Highlander Expo for you guys, where it is of course in miniature, showing what it looks like of a Highlander being built in space, that's kind of like floating above the table a little bit, kind of angled in a weird way, like these little platforms upon which people work, and there's like little figurines kind of hanging off them while in their little spacewalk suits and stuff like that. At present, there are, of course, the Moon Shadows, the Silvani tribes. There are envoys in service to Arconis, and the Judge of Change, Lady Riva. What do you do, Marshall?
I think I'll wander over toward the Silvani tree and strike up a conversation with the Moon Shadows for now. Partly just because, oh, nice. Don't often see trees off planet.
Well, this is the same planet. It's unusual to see it within the palace like this.
Yeah, indoors.
Looks like a proper tree and everything.
Mm.
Must have they've unloaded some of the planting here and the flooring. This must have cost them quite a bit. Wonder if they plan to tap it. Out of Sapweaver? Oh, they can. Just...
I don't know if it's, I wonder how, old this one is. And if they planted it here originally, or if they transplanted it.
Definitely transplanted, one of them says. Though they've made great efforts to hide it, they point at the ground. So how are you finding House Beleza there, Mill?
The house takes care of those who take care of it. And those who have been put in its charge.
So a noble house like any other?
Better than most, I'd say.
Oh? Why do you say that, child? Or can you say that?
I pause for a moment, considering my next words carefully, because I don't necessarily want it to make it back to the wrong audience. I believe that the Falsgrafen genuinely cares about the prosperity and safety of her people. I would that I would wish that all citizens under House Lords were so lucky.
We shall see if she proves herself worthy the title then.
I nod.
Anything we can do for you? I mean, not often. I doubt you're going to have a chance to go for a walk in the shadows next before you head back up.
It's unlikely, but I thought I would ask you of the can I ask for a where is it?
Perhaps, but
My bad. A communicate roll. What I'm looking to do is kind of talk around the fact that I'm trying to gauge what the Moon Shadows think of the change in stewardship.
Give me communicate. The difficulty would be 3 because there are envoys and the Judge of Change is present and they're pretty perceptive, but it drops down to 2 because it's a moon shadow talking to other moon shadows, so it's a little harder for them to pick up what you're putting down.
All right. And I'm guessing that truth is actually going to be the drive in this case. I'm just trying to get information more so than anything. Curiosity. Which is unfortunate, but oh well.
Hey, when it makes sense, right? Ooh. Looks like a whiff to me.
Yeah. Oh well.
You try to talk around it, and then an auntie of yours kind of puts her hand on your... she kind of taps the back of your hand for a second and says, "Oh my, what lovely gloves you have! Oh, must be great for apprehending criminals." And she goes on and on for a bit, and you notice that there's a few of Arconus's envoys kind of a little closer to your part of the part of the hall than the Sapweaver Expo.
I will allow my conversation to be diverted and go into detail about the gloves and some of the other tools and compliment their clothing as well.
Thus it happens. scene will shift to the dance hall as people enjoy balisette music and a bit of and some chanting, a bit of soft drumming, a mix of the wider Imperium and local musical fare. A rather sedate, if dancing tune, not enough to slowly dance romantically, but enough to kind of get your feet moving and enjoying yourself, and also have conversation as you dance. Like, it's not really loud because it's a big dance hall.
Right.
Now there are two sides of the two halves of the dance hall. There is where the Duke Corvin Mevelis is, and there is where the Lady Serafina is. But I believe you were just trying to find minds that would be artisans and skilled people, as it were, otherwise, to recruit.
Exactly, and at this point, I don't care if they're in the Duke's or in the Lady's retinue or, vicinity. Anyone who looks like they might be sort of artistically inclined, I'd like to try and approach at least one or two of them and see if I can try and gently poach them.
Give me a communicate roll, difficulty 2.
Focus in persuasion?
I'd say so.
Well, that is my duty towards my house to do this, I would say, is it not?
Your statement doesn't fight you on it. It does not.
Take that moment.
On the nose.
Ooh, with no comp, right? Ooh,
No.
thank you.
You're able to find some people, and you're able to create. You've kind of created a temporary asset, at least, of recruited artisans that you're able to find that. Because some of the people who are here, they're not all of them are as high up as you guys are in the food chains of their relative services. Some of them are just really. They work here at the palace, which, if they work here, they're pretty good, and you're able to find a few people who are willing to, you know what, working for House Beleza, that's not a bad deal. And some people are looking for a change, some people are eager for it, because House Beleza is, as you well know, a house of beauty. So it's like, if you want to make beautiful and artisanal works, well, of the three main houses, of the 4 main houses, there is only one house that really is good at it.
At the end of the day, I do not particularly care if they're like top-class artists or if they're, still learning. It is Kareem's understanding that the house is built upon several pillars. One of those pillars is workers, and workers we always need on Salutaris, especially artisans.
And will be.
Are the lady and the duke eyeing each other? Are they cross at each other, or?
They're just dancing with different groups of people. They're kind of in their own circles.
If I were to check out their, are they cross with each other at all, or?
Understand roll, difficulty of 2, I'd say. They're not hiding it much.
Understand truth?
Truth seems a good fit. For your statement to say no. It doesn't conflict. I don't see a reason why. Yeah, you could use it. Sorry.
Unfortunately, no dice. As far as these understanding social cues matter, I guess Kareem's not the best person for the job.
The Lady Serafina actually comes over to you as you're kind of observing things and talking with people.
Ah, my lady. I'll give a very deep bow.
Good day to you, Mr. Kabata. Good day to you.
And what a day it was. I thought the ceremony was quite thrilling, was it not?
Oh yes, I never got to meet with your Falsgrafen, but she is a energetic sort. I like it.
Oh, well, I'm sure that she would give you a meeting sooner rather than later. It is her duty, of course, now to meet all the important people around her. And that includes you as well, my lady.
Ah, you flatter, treasurer. You flatter.
I
Are
merely
you
call
sure
them
you're
as I
not
see them.
steward of House Beleza, an envoy to charm the ladies of faraway places with your calculations?
I try not to step above the boundaries of my post, dear lady.
A wise thing, a wise thing. I suppose that would be true. Though you are taking my favorite painters.
I
One might take
merely do.
offense to such things.
One might, but you, my lady, I figured would not, considering that they are given a home building beautiful highliners.
Oh
Would you
yes.
not say it is a worthy cause?
Oh, I think so. Oh, what a shame they have to work on one of the most beautiful spaceships humanity can build.
The scholarship we grant, of course, is not forever. They shall return to you at some point.
Well, I mean, a beautiful scholarship nonetheless, and I am glad to see them find the next step in their careers and their dreams. Though, I do wonder, and of course, you don't have to divulge, but I do wonder if your house is going to become a purveyor of space shipwrights. I mean, Gonzaz trained sword masters. Why not the House Beleza teach people how to build ships elsewhere?
Perhaps one day when our production capacity has increased at least tenfold. Until then, my lady, I'm afraid that we must remain as we are.
Oh.
Our highliners are rare, but they are, as I'm assured by the men in the production halls and women in the production halls, quite a thing to behold.
But as I'm sure you know, Master Mentat, that the advantages of being the leader of opinion in an industry can be beneficial to the instructor.
Of course, my lady, I am well aware of this fact. However, the numbers currently prove otherwise. We do not have, nor do we pretend to have, the industrial capabilities of some larger planets that manufacture highliners. GM, what are some where are some larger manufacturers of highliners?
I couldn't tell you off the back of my hand. I don't know who builds spaceships off the top of my head. I'll give a quick look in the Landsrat though. But I don't know who the big build.
Well, in any case, yes, we're not even close to the production manufacturing
Oh,
of.
I can tell you right now. I just found it. House Vernius. Doi.
Ah, yes. We
The
would not
people who
even,
own Ix. Duh.
we would not even deign to tread on the soft toes of House Vernius and their technological prowess, since we do not have the manufacturing capabilities. Humility, my lady, especially in numbers, must always come before our pride.
Just remember that the ambitions of noble men and women is a trait all noble humans share. You may find
And
you're pushed further than you think with your rather impulsive Falsgrafen.
and that day I welcome it with open arms. But until then, I must temper myself, and we must all temper ourselves, because mathematics always stands as a great opponent to ambition. But, my lady, I perhaps may have slighted you with the artisans. Please tell me, is there anything this humble mentat can do for you?
You
Well,
certainly can. It will cost you greatly, and I'm sure it'll be hard for you to part with, so I hope you won't feel me abusing my position over you. But, she holds out a hand. Would you like to dance?
The teachers at Mentat School did not teach me how to dance, but perhaps I can give it a try.
Oh, don't worry. I'll guide you. I'll lead for a bit. You just follow.
I'll take her hand.
And she will gladly dance with you. And how much does Lady Seraphina want to get out of you? Does she want to do something? Seducing you is pointless because one, she's the air consort, and two, you're a mentat. That's not going to go anywhere. I mean, you can go somewhere.
What's that?
I mean, if she's really looking to give them an heir, it's an option.
Look, I just need backups, all right?
I'm not sterile, am I? I think not.
No. You're not noble blood after all. She'll take you as her consort. No, that's it. I mean, how else is she gonna recruit you, right?
Consorts between consorts.
It's a fortple now, so a thruple.
Forgot.
As you're dancing together, your conversation is a lot harder to hear now as you're close together. She's holding you close to her. Do you try to put polite distance between you, or do you let her pull you close?
No, she can pull me in as close as she wants. She's a lady. I am just a humble mentat.
Right. She pulls you in close, and so, where do you hail from, Mr. Kabata? That is not a Savani name I'm familiar with.
If my teachers at my school would have me believe, I am from Old Earth. Or Terra. It's Old Terra, right? Or Old Earth, or
Old
how do you
Terra,
call it?
yeah.
Yeah, Old Terra. But I myself am not quite sure of my own lineage.
Goodness. However, did you survive such a wretched place?
Well, I was shipped off to Mentat School quite early. I'm supposing that counts to the fact.
Huh. You must have been selected then by them. I don't know of anyone who could escape you from Old Terra like that.
Well, talents of mathematics can only get you so far on Old Earth, I suppose, yes? When I had calculated several thousand profits that would have gone missing from the firm that my parents' friends owned on Old Terra, I'm guessing they took note of it.
You see profit in your new employer? Or was it just the first opening?
Huh.
You can be honest. It's not like I'm going to go babbling on into the Duke's ear. Oh, wait. She grins at you.
I haven't been employed by the current Pfalzgrafen for too long, but I see no reason to distrust her for the time being. The house pays well. Let us be sure of that, lady. As you know yourself, mentats are not cheap.
True. Well, I'm sure that Eric and Theron will enjoy whatever profits you're able to scare up from Salutaris.
You do not believe in Salutaris' potential?
I believe that the fortunes of Salutaris have shifted. Whether they've shifted to bring your skies a brilliant green or enshadowed, well, I'm not a Reverend Mother. I don't have that kind of wisdom. I merely can see a changing of winds. Although hearing a mathematical wind from Old Earth is either a portent of great mathematical prowess or of doom, but that is if one is superstitious of such things.
I would hardly consider myself a portent of doom. Do I look like I'm a portent of doom?
Not all as it seems, Treasurer. Not all as it seems.
Well, like you said, you may not have the wisdom that a Reverend Mother has, but perhaps there is one thing that we do have on Salutaris. A Reverend Mother.
I suppose so, yes. Is there anything you try to learn or communicate with Lady Seraphina before the scene closes. As she seems to be enjoying her chat with you. She's just chatting with you amiably.
You are a consort of the Duke, if I have understood the situation correctly, yes?
Of 2 dukes, but yes.
I'll nod my head over to the other Duke at the other end of the dance hall. And you are, friends with him? You are not dancing together, I have noticed. Perhaps, estranged relations, my lady?
Communication roll opposed. She may not want to share that with someone she just met, but you might be able to get it out of her.
Communicate
I'm gonna
truth?
buy 2 dice because she doesn't really want to be blabbing too much. But
I'll give you that. I'll give you that right back.
Very good. Pull up a certain.
Also, tell me if this will if this will come into play.
True agenda. When a negotiating opponent makes their initial statements, you may obtain information about their true intentions and needs, regardless of what they actually say they need, once for no cost. You could do that now. That kind of giving the initial statement, so you could ask off of that before you roll.
No, we'll have a roll off. I want to see how this goes. Focus and charm.
I would say so, yeah.
I got 4. And a comp on the table as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see if I generate any. I might, if I roll a comp, it's gonna be, won't cost you anything, so. I bought 2 dice.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah. Don't worry about it. Whatever complication you're gonna buy off, I'm gonna buy it off right back, so.
Are we on equal footing?
I'm gonna check her numbers real quick. Whoops. Nope, I'm right. Oh, that's the other half. I need the other half of the book. Wrong book. Try again, friend. There you go. Not that book, but this book. Not that chapter, this chapter. No. Ah. So I got. Oops. I got 3 momentum.
I got 4. Yep. Okay.
Well, the Duke Corvin is. She looks a little downcast for a second and kind of rests her chin on your shoulder, kind of hiding herself from everyone else. We were all friends once, but ambitions make bold of any man, or woman for that matter. Let us just say, Mr. Kabata, that I would be his friend if he would be mine. And that's as honest as I'm going to get with you, I think. She says as she kind of lifts her head off your shoulder.
May I offer a heartfelt suggestion, my lady?
You may, but I can't promise I'll like it.
The laws of probability often indicate that many things could happen if only one gave a chance to it. Why not be honest? Flash that smile that you flashed me a couple of minutes earlier, and perhaps he may see the other side of the coin. Your honesty can take you a long way. Just be sure that you exercise it with caution. In times of peril like these and dishonesty across the galaxy, A nice word and a kind smile can go a long way.
Is your character merely making the suggestion for her to act on later, or are you gonna try to communicate her into doing it?
No, like, take it into consideration for later. Like, he maybe wants to be your friend as well. Maybe
Yeah.
you just don't know it. I'm trying to play matchmaker here, you know?
Yeah, so yeah, you have that heart. She parts from the dance, and as one of the songs ends, and she gives a curtsy to you, a very light one because you are not nobility, but she's being polite. She gets to dance with you.
Yeah, I'll give a bow to her and return to where all the others are.
We swing over to private chambers assigned to the Falsgrafen and House Beleza as a whole, as an Ixian damper activates and hides the room from sight and sound in the company of Chief Windwhisper and the Reverend Mother Johanna. Well, that was an interesting installation, says the chief.
Yes. I think there is not quite alignment on the interests of the Emperor and the interests of the Duke.
Well, I would think not. The only reason we're the Duke's House Greener's only kindness to at least the tribes is the Imperial Edict that allows us to act as we do, but he's always had his eye on this place. Well, his family has. Though less the way that they have it in Arrakis. I can imagine what it's like for them.
Well, there are 10,000 worlds in 10,000 galaxies that have their own problems. Arrakis is of a distant interest to ours.
Yeah.
What did you think about Alaric's intention?
I believe that he is acting by the will of Silvanus. Now, whether he's acting inspired by your Orange Bible, I don't know. Some people will like it, but I can imagine a lot of people off-world not liking it.
Well,
I mean, we're all to work to common good, so there is that. But whether that will be...
There's no action that he could undertake that would not be in accordance with the Orange Bible. It dictates form rather than function.
No guidance of principle or morality, beyond the machines, of course, of which all must be destroyed. So I'm told.
I might not go quite that far. I believe there is quite a bit of guidance to be found within the books. What is its other name? Books pages.
I'll say you'll have to forgive the Reverend Mother. The Penny Jesuit do have a great interest in what other people think about the Orange Catholic Bible.
Well, and this Reverend Mother has quite a great interest in the will of Silvanus as well. My liege.
I would say unto you, Falsgrafen,
the accumulated book, that's what it is.
I would say unto you, Falsgrafen, that if this was a chief of the tribes like myself, speaking to the clans, I would believe it as sure as the moons come onto her horizon and the trees glow. But this nobilis system, this rivalry of houses and families, I don't know if it'll survive it. Supposedly it happens on other planets, but never has it happened here on Silvanus in 10,000 years. Why would that change now? I would hope it would change, but, you know, I prepare for what is possible, not for what what I would like to happen.
Has Duke Ulrich made any offer to visit the tribes?
We actually invited him to the next grand convention we're having. We're going to be having and you're welcome to come too, since we're here. In a month's time, we're going to be having, all the clans are coming by for our big celebration. So usually the steward is invited every time. So it was going to be Malvolus, and he had certain security arrangements, which we're not going to be doing anymore. So now we have to rearrange with what we're doing with the steward now with Duke Eric. I really look forward to seeing your father come. I'm sad to see him not
How
be able
deep
to see
in
the
the
next one.
forest is the convention?
Oh, it's in the GM has forgot the name of it, but he would know it because he lives there. It's at the Silfarith Yelindor. It's the central, and when he says that, you would know it as one of the major. It's the one place that anyone can go into the. It's not quite in the deep wood, but it's at that sort of border of the regular farming wood, and then the deep woods themselves. So it's a nice little meeting area. It's a nice safe area for anyone either from the forest or out of the forest to kind of get there. It's a nice big clearing. It's more of a grove, less a forest. Like, it's intentionally cleared out so people can set up tents and pavilions and stuff like that. It's not a true city. It's like once if there's nothing happening, they pull everything down and people can just go there to have picnics and whatever.
So I have land rights in the deep forest. How far away is that from this convention?
Not terribly far, I would say. A bit a bit of a drive, a day's hike, maybe. I would say, like, it's pretty close. Because you wouldn't want to have your forest too deep in the wood, unless, actually, you can correct me on this. You could have yours really deep in the wood, but most nobles would have it just deep enough that you get proper sap and not too much deeper. It's just safer. But but if you want really valuable sap, you want to be as deep as you dare.
What about a week's march in? Is that too deep?
That's fine.
Okay.
The forests are huge, so yeah. No. And
then
I will add something to your land use because of that, because I was waiting until we got to this point to clarify it. I would add that, what's its quality now? 0, 2?
2. Its keywords are land, production, Silvani sap, and scarce. And it's scarce because I went in the deep forest originally.
Yeah. I'll add a keyword, dark. It's in a part where it is very hard to see without lanterns at night. It's basically pitch black out there.
No, you are in the deep forest. Not the deepest, but the deep.
Yeah. Which does add to danger, but it also means that it's hard for people to follow after you, because if they want to, they need lights. They have to approach with lights to get out there.
Say, do you know anyone personally who has unrivaled skill in navigating the forest?
Of the tribes or of your household?
Of the tribes. If anyone among my house was to do it, to be able, it would only be Millie. But she
Says the Reverend Mother.
Well, yeah, but you don't really tell me all that, do you?
Chief will. He'll speak up. Of your household, the Reverend Mother, the clan mother of no clan, would be a beacon of serenity in the deep wood.
Say, have you survived for very long out there, Joanna?
I've spent much time in the deep forest, my liege. Perhaps even more as late after my investiture. I hope to return very soon. I would be happy to take you at some point.
But if you wish a further, I could advise Caldor Stormcaller.
Does he know how to fight in the forest?
Caldor? I would say so. Yes, he's the champion of tribes. Your marshal would be the translation.
What's the name again, GM?
That is Caldor Stormcaller. That's there for you.
Misspelled his first name.
You know the
what
Stormcallers as a minor clan, but they are, well, very loud fighters, let's put it that way.
What would it take to get 2 weeks of service from Caldor?
I would say if you can offer to me that one of your fellow noble houses were to accompany you as to actually learn their ways of the woods a bit. Some houses can be a little, unlike yours, can be a little wary of the legends of the wood. I mean, it is right to be wary, but there is wariness and then there's fear, and fear is a killer of the soul. I'd rather people who live here not be so afraid of where they live. They need not go all to your personal land. I imagine you're intending for Caldor to guide you to your land, but having them come along for part of it would be helpful for them to not be so fearful of the wood.
I would have to think on it. My intention is quite the opposite, actually.
My mistake.
We'll find some way to some minor clearing or some minor break in the tree line to travel to the land, and then my hope is that Stormcaller will show me and a few hundred soldiers what it is to live and fight out there.
Ah, you look to train.
No.
Oh.
I look for myself and them to survive.
He looks at the Reverend Mother for a second, like he's wondering if there's something being said that isn't being said.
Certainly the first I've heard of this as well.
But Erica's made no
this is the chief.
not hidden her intentions to build an army to strengthen the house.
Right.
And you personally brought up that the tribes would make good troops.
Yeah.
It's just that Erica doesn't have access to the tribes, so she can't use them, but she can make them.
Right. So perhaps my liege is thinking of perhaps seeing if Caldor Stormcaller and some of his trusted associates could act as cadre to train some house troops in the survival of the deep forest and the fighting techniques therein, and perhaps even lay some groundwork for future cooperation and training between the house and the tribe.
I have a different suggestion, if you would like to hear it.
Sure.
You want to learn to survive the deep wood? And you want your people to learn to survive it? I can
That is-
teach them, should the Reverend Mother allow for it, odds. I can teach them the ways of rangers. It will not be easy. It'll be grueling. But if you learn the Wind Whisper ways, you can survive any part of that forest. Save the deepest of deep.
What can you teach that is greater than what Stormcaller could teach?
Stormcaller would walk into the darkest woods, and if anything should jump from it, he would be able to stand his ground. But the deeper one goes, any ranger will tell you that the will of Silvanus is made manifest the deeper one goes. And if one doesn't know how to read that in the trees and the animals, then the living shadows will consume even the strongest warrior. One must learn to maneuver rather than contest.
Indeed, my lord, it is known amongst my lady. It is known amongst the tribes, all which agree that for moving through the forest without disturbing it or being predated upon, and for truly learning how to live, survive, and thrive within its deeps, the Wind Whisperer tribe is unmatched.
Well, the Moon Shadows might say otherwise, but I like to think we're better at it.
Well, there are some things that the Moonshadow clan does better than any others as well.
True.
There are a great many skills amongst the clans, my liege.
And what was your price?
For you to understand that I can teach the way of being a ranger, but it is very possible those who go out there don't come back. You don't live the woods, we do. And even us who live there, us who take the path of a ranger, are consumed by living shadow. Failure is ultimate in the deepest wood. So I would caution. I will let you. Well, sorry, let you. It's rude. I will gladly advise those of Silvanus to learn its will, but understand that that learning is perilous. That is my price, for you to understand that, and those who go with you to understand that. To put it more plainly, I cannot guarantee your safety. I can only guarantee that should you survive it, you will be far more knowledgeable than any noble house in how to survive out there.
She kind of walks around and thinks and says, well, as for the soldiers themselves, they owe their lives to me for my mercy in sparing them for their crimes. They will willingly go in, despite the danger. As for myself, it is not I have no doubt that it is trying. I would not suggest. I would not take this course of action if I thought it was easy, but it takes an equal fortitude, I imagine, to withstand this forest as it does to live for months under Harkonnen artillery.
Hmm.
So, I do not imagine, though the challenge different, it will be more difficult than other things I have done. She says, then your conclave is in a month.
He nods.
I will tell him the location of the land. We will meet you in 2 weeks on outside of the forest, and you can begin your lesson there.
How many should I expect? Oh, Scruffin.
I give him the number of conscripts there are.
But you don't add yourself to that number?
No, I yes.
Okay. When you confirm to him that you are actually going through that, he just kind of he looks to the Reverend Mother, he looks to you. The will of Silvanus made manifest in Silvanus, Agrestis, and Salutaris, so its blood shall be. I'll see you in 2 weeks, Falsgrafen.
There are other matters to discuss, Chief.
He half steps out like he thought that was the thing you were asking him for. He's like, Oh, what else shall there be then?
Will the tribes be discussing financial matters at this conclave?
Not an official function, but yeah, I imagine so. We like Solaria like anyone else, especially the sap weavers. Shakes his head. Not to offend them, of course. He nods an apology at you because he just realized he said that in front of the River Mother. Like, whoops, I was talking crap about a fellow clan. I'm not supposed to do that.
Do you think the sap weavers, be interested in redirecting their output?
Communication roll, difficulty 2.
Essentially, what Erica wants to suggest is, for a discount, they present as if a lot of the product they're making comes from Erica's land, and then Erica uses the money already made from that land to eat the discount. Basically, Erica stops making a little bit of money, but instead everyone else who has an interest stops making a lot of money. Basically, forcing a race to the bottom, which I want to win.
Difficulty 3.
All right. I will spend a momentum. Probably give you.
Actually, I'll correct myself. I'm gonna make this an opposed roll because I think Wind Whisper would fight you on this a little bit. He might not want to tell you.
Okay.
So, what are you trying to accomplish again?
So, I want the sap weavers to to bring their product to our land, or at least claim that it came from our land, right? In exchange, when we sell it to Chom, right, we sell it. Uh, uh, they would normally sell, right, for a set price, right? They came to us, we pay more, and then we sell it to Chom at the normal price, right? And that would be a loss for us. So we're going to use the profits we already make from the land we already have to offset that loss, right? So we break even, but everyone else now has less sap coming from their land because it's being given to us, right? So everyone else starts losing more money.
Basically, using this to undercut everybody or force the price down.
It's not, forcing the price down. It's so much making it so that everyone else has less to sell to Chom, so they can't make as much.
Actually, that might cause a spike in price because of scarcity.
Yeah, but the same amount of sap is still making it, right? Because it's just the sap's been redirected.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to raise the price on the sap. All it is just we're trying to deny the other players a chance to make money, not by causing an artificial scarcity, but just by having what would have been sold to them redirected to us.
Well, considering that we don't have like a majority of the producing lands under our control, are we even in a position to do this? Because like we own a little bit of land, but like the steward controls the vast majority of the producing land, right? GM?
Actually, the majority is held in by the Silvani tribes. Some nobles have personal land, but some contracts are preferred. Like there's preferred contracts. Like the steward gets the best price, and everyone else gets progressively worse and worse prices the further away they get.
So,
but if you want to like get it yourself, it's like, well, I get the sap way cheaper. Why? Because I'm the one who's going out in the wood harvesting it. It's like, oh, if you want to, go for it.
So, would we be undercutting the tribes or the lords?
Well, you're getting from the tribes one way or the other. Instead of the tribes selling to Chom, you'd be like, oh, well, no, don't sell it to the Chom, sell it to us, and then we'll you would kind of. You're kind of putting yourself in the middle of the chain to kind of benefit from it. So you're actually, in a way, you'd be getting more sap than you normally would from your land. Because you're buying it, you're getting it from the tribes direct, the sap weavers directly, rather than waiting for it to get all the way to Chom and then buying it or harvesting it yourself. But that does have the knock-on effect of people down the line who are buying futures and stuff like that may get a little messed up because they're expecting a certain amount of sap to make it to the palace city, where some of it's not going to get there. It's going to get to you guys first.
Okay, then I may have misunderstood. I thought that there were a lot more intermediaries between the tribes in Chom.
No, there's a few nobles who do
I thought there were a bunch of people like me who the tribe sold to, and then Chom was on the other side of that.
The bulk of their trades with Chom, because it's selling to the wider Imperium. But the difference is that you guys can either gather the sap yourselves or buy it for a lot cheaper because the shipping's a lot small. Like you're not because the reason it gets really expensive the minute it leaves planet is because you have to pay the spicing guild to transport it, so it gets way expensive really fast. Whereas for you guys, you can just buy it from the tribes yourself or just get it. So every house has some land, but.
Like in terms of the house mechanic structure, the Silvani are a minor house with the primary domain of the sap, right?
Yeah, they have a certain way they gather the sap that's a sustainable way, but it's high quality.
When I don't think I was gonna do this because my understanding of the situation was different. What I wanted to do was basically make it so that other big players like Malvolus and Alric started making a financial loss on SAP. I would take a haircut as part of that, but I would have a plan to mitigate my losses so that they would have worse losses.
You could do that. Like that's why because if you negotiate directly with the sap weavers, you may get, because usually the preferential pricing goes to the steward. Like the steward gets the best discount, and then everyone else gets worse and worse discounts the lower down the chain they go. You're kind of putting yourself ahead of that line a little bit. Like you're willing to, because if you talk directly to the clan, to the Sapweaver clan, you're just buying it direct from them and negotiating a better deal than you normally would have.
All right.
But that's kind of why Wind Whisper is somewhat not sure he wants to help you with this, because it disrupts the harmony of how things are. But you know, if you can talk him around to it, he might be able to go, yeah, sure, give it I'll make the introductions.
I assume the land right asset makes it possible.
Yeah.
Can I use the supply contract with the guild to provide highliners as leverage? Because if anyone in this system has a chance of negotiating preferential rates with the guild, it would be me. Because that's the major cost, right? To sell to off-worlders is it's much more expensive for off-worlders.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But if someone made the introductions to the guild, they might. Okay. So.
Is this a conflict? Oh, would Wind Whisper? I'm just thinking out loud. Sorry. Would Wind Whisper want to get something out of you over you, or is this just you asking him? I think it's mainly asking him a favor, because you're not messing with his deal. The Wind Whispers aren't getting hit by this at all. He's just making introductions. Yeah. It's just it's a straight one-off roll. I was debating if it was an intrigue battle or not. It's not. It's because you're not at the person you need to battle. You're at the person who makes the introduction, so you can battle.
I'll spend 1 and give you 2. Because this is not the actual negotiation, the negotiations I'll have to have with the Spacing Guild and the Sat Weavers directly. Can I bring in the focus diplomacy? Because this is more
diplomacy falls into this. I'd say so.
Ground framework.
Yeah, I'd say diplomacy falls, because you're going through the appropriate diplomatic channels to make this kind of talk happen.
And the drive power. I have rights here that allow me to do this the way most other people couldn't. Right. The land rights, the access to the guild, there's very few other people who could flex enough to offer this.
I would say so, yeah.
Because I spent momentum, I'm going to create the trait upon Wind Whisper of trusting. He thinks I have the tribe's interests in mind. Or at least he doesn't think I don't have them in mind.
Don't you have to roll first, though?
Nope. It doesn't say. It just says when you attempt the test, you may buy 1 or more dice. By spending momentum, you may create a new trait for free upon the character which you have spoken to. It doesn't say anything about succeeding or failing.
I would say spoken to. It's after you've talked to them.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether succeed or fail. Even if you fail, you still make an impression on people because you talk. Because during that talk, you manage to get something on. You manage to get them to think something. None of those traits really matter for what we're doing here. This kind of roll. So that's the number I'm looking for.
Trait of just. Because he, part of this may be him trying to make sure he doesn't get cheated, or the tribes don't get cheated. And since I'm known as a just person,
that's not what's cut. That's not what's cutting, but
Okay.
that's worth pointing out. Yeah. No, he's worried about something else. Oh.
there's nothing I can do about that.
1, 2. Thankfully, though, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, that's still too much.
Yeah.
Is it 4? Actually, hold on. All right. Oh god, it still is. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's way wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hits.
Yep. Then he's got that.
3 threat, unfortunately. He goes silent for a while. Folds his arms and thinks. Why don't we consider this again at the conclave? And perhaps upon examining this, I can see how that benefits all the tribes as well as your house. So I won't give it an absolute no, Falsgrafen. It is something I need to think on. And I'm sure upon thinking on it, we'll have time to, you may have other things to add on to the idea as well. This is an important occasion. I think we really need to think on this further.
Are you trying to tell us something?
No, my character sheet cuts off the things in parentheses, and so I was just really wanting to see where I had assets, and so that was the easiest way to do it.
Okay. I'll still create the trait trusting.
I will say to you, Falsgrafen, that this idea is intriguing, but I need to see which way the wind blows, and given the time, we'll both see whether the deal need be modified or stay the way it is. Time will tell, I'm certain. I promise you, we will have this talk again, should you come to Conclave, of course. Well, we'll be seeing each other in 2 weeks, but I want to wait till Conclave to be sure of it myself, honestly. I have others I need to consult that know more of the topic than I do.
Then we will see you there. I'll nod to the spy master to turn off the dampener.
I will do so. With your permission, my liege, I will walk with Chief Wind Whisperer for a bit. And perhaps then poke my head into some of the various events going on.
Certainly.
So yeah, I will walk out with Wind Whisperer.
The wind favor you, Falsgrafen, he says as he leaves.
She nods back.
So, you're walking through the halls of the Palace of Silvanus.
An interesting day, Chief.
Indeed it is, Silvanus Johanna. The will
not-
is being made known to me, but I don't know if I'm reading the winds properly anymore. A lot has changed very quickly.
What troubles you?
We have a new house. We have a house ascending and a house changed. And blood heated all around. Never mind whatever the lion noble wants. A lot is moving. It's hard for me to see the proper path.
Yes. And this particular wind through the trees draws the eye of those far away, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Also, I've been hearing whispers that the courts of the noble houses have preachers among them. He gives you a look, including yours. They just don't wear their banners quite so openly.
By preachers, he's meaning the Redeemers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the hearts of men are too often turned by their minds to greed, and the Redeemer's gospel of removing the tribes so that the sap can be mined more effectively and more profitably by the noble houses is one that blinds them with visions of Solari. It's an easier path to preach than my own. But at the same time, no matter what they think they know, they do not know the deep forest, and they do not know the will of Silvanus as anything more than a quaint folk tale, or perhaps part of some sort of Bene Gesserit philosophy. Whereas you and I know that the will of Silvanus is quite real, and the deep forest can either shelter you with its boughs or cause you to disappear in the darkness beneath them.
Only we could get Duke Corvin to see that. Beginning to fear the young man is being misguided. He doesn't wear their colors or their arrows, but I've heard tales of my tribesfolk being harassed on Agrestis. When once they weren't. And I hear that their color, that the certain passages of the Orange Catholic Bible are being read over others. Well, an embarrassed young man looking to become a grand chief shakes his head. Well, I'm not sure how much embarrassment he can take before he starts grabbing at arrows and throwing them in the dark.
Well, Corvin's ancestor bred a tiger, and now Corvin is finding himself holding it by the tail. Eventually, the tiger grows up and turns. We should do our best to separate Corvin from his tiger if possible.
What of the Falsgrafen? He seems a wily sort.
He is fresh back from the wars, but has a fine mind and a good heart. And watching her with her children and her consort is truly a delight. I believe she means well. I believe she could be great.
Is she
But-
the fourth?
You ask of me what I asked of Silvanus, and I will tell you the answer. She could be. As could Eric. As could Thorin. As could even Corbin. Any of the four heads of the four houses of this date has potential, but the quantum waveform has not yet collapsed. God's eye has not begun to observe.
Silvanus, help us all if Corvin lets those so-called redeemers into the deep wood.
That would be a mistake on his part. But may that day and that conflict never come upon us.
With all
As for
due...
myself,
Oh.
go ahead.
No. You first, Reverend Mother.
I was just about to say, as for myself, I was going to make the rounds of the halls and see and be seen, as it were. Perhaps, who knows, take a spin on the dance floor. You may think me a grandmother, but in reality, even a woman in her 30s can still cut a rug, as they say.
God.
She kind of smiles wryly at him.
He laughs out loud at that, because, yeah, it's like, Reverend Mother, Clan Mother, it's like, you're 30. No, I'm a Clan Mother, shut it. It's like, oh, yeah, all right. Right, you're old. You call me old? No, I didn't call you old.
Well, what was it you were about to say, Chief?
I'll respect to you, Silvanus Johanna, that I listen to the will of Silvanus and guide the tribes to harmony. But until such time the will of Silvanus is made known to Mark Beleza IV, then I must act in the interest of the tribes, even if you advise the Falsgrafen. Much as I trust her, I have a duty to the tribes first, above all.
Of course, and she to her house,
Nod.
and Eric to his, and so on and so forth. I, meanwhile, find myself straddling several branches high above the forest floor, between the Bene Gesserit, the clans, the clan mothers, and the house. God pray I keep my balance. Or pray God I keep my balance.
The Creator poured us as we are. I have a lighter understanding, having to deal with the various tribes and clans and land stakeholders with their plans, but
Ah well.
we learn our feet, all the same.
Agreed. Well, I shall see you in 2 weeks, if not before. Although, I don't think I'll be venturing into the forest to learn these techniques alongside the Falsgrafen, but...
Who am I to teach a fish how to swim?
Any chance to walk under the trees for a bit. Yet Joanna is going to go and talk to. She's going to just kind of. She is just going to kind of tour through everywhere. She's going to go to the halls and the dance and the dinner, and talk to a bunch of people. Her primary goal here is she wants to create an asset of intelligence on, what is it, House Valoran? The Steward House Valoran.
Valorian, yeah.
Valoran.
They're in the NPC list. You should be able to see their name.
Yeah. but I wasn't looking at the NPC list at that point. Yet. I was relying on my memory, and it betrayed me once again. Yeah, I'm going to try and create the asset of intelligence, about House Valorian.
I will call this difficulty 4.
Okie dokie.
Which one though? I will say understanding.
Okay. I'm going to say understanding drive truth. Specifically for my statement, I will discover the truth, which is kind of the point of the intelligence. Yay, nay.
Debating.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, I will go ahead and wait a minute. Anybody off the top of the head have the page for determination spins? What you can do with it?
Roll a 1. You can. Oh, I just looked at it earlier. 157. Automatic 1. Reroll the pool. Create a new trait. Or remove 1. Extra action. But that's in a conflict.
Okay. Yeah, I will go ahead and spend determination on I will discover the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, it's difficulty 4, so 1 hit, so I will give you 5 threat for the other 4 to get to 4 dice. Is that right? Yeah. Espionage for a focus.
It has to be under the focus, the skill you're using.
Oh, I didn't realize focuses you had to play focuses that way.
Yep.
Okay, my bad. Okay, and then let's see what a shit show this comes out to. No.
Well, on the dot.
Yep.
Oh no,
5.
2 more so. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Gained 7.
Oh, plus 1 more, yeah. You have such an asset now, at least temporarily.
I will spend 2 of those determination to make it sticky.
You mean momentum?
Yeah, momentum. Sorry.
Yep. So you do a general tour and make yourself known. Does either Moonshadow or Kabata kind of pull her aside for a second while she's doing her rounds? Or vice versa, do you pull either of them aside during the round?
Sure, it does. Yeah, they will be seeing them and seeing that they've been wherever. Will that's definitely will be part of my information gathering to try and set up this asset.
On my end, not particularly, unless you want to know about the relationship of Lady Serafina and that Duke over there.
Oh, I totally want to know that. Are you kidding me? I'm a Benny goddamn Jesuit. I'm all about relationships. At the genetic level.
Of course.
Not wrong.
Okay, I'll pull you aside then for a second if I can. Reverend Mother, I hope your evening has been pleasant.
It has. I've met so many wonderful people, and the palace is always so lovely this time of year. And just look at all the wonderful things in the exhibit hall.
Have you been partaking in the locals' tea? I have never seen a Reverend Mother so ecstatic before.
Why, I believe that you have perhaps a stereotypical view of our sort. Indeed, some Reverend Mothers can be quite severe, but it is not the only way for a person to be.
Perhaps that is the case. Would you care to dance?
I'd be delighted.
Good. I'll lead you over to dance. And while we're dancing, I'll try and slip some information into your ear.
Give me a move difficulty of 2. It's actually pretty hard to do this while keeping your step and not running into other dancers. Lady Serafina was kind of doing this for you when you were talking.
Alright, can't emulate her. Move with duty?
Walk me through duty on that one.
Well, it is my duty to report such findings as I have to the spy master of the house, so that the spy master of the house can dissect them further for the house's gain.
I will take that, and I see no reason your statement contradicts. Go for
As
it.
the dance partner, can I do move and truth to kind of, assist his quote-unquote leading so he doesn't have to think quite so much about dancing as imparting the intelligence?
I'll take it, yeah.
Can I spend a determination for something?
It has to be linked to your duty statement. The house commands me, and by extent, my talents. I don't think your talents are at work here. I don't think they taught you dancing back at the Order of Mentats.
That is true, but being a tattletale, on the other hand.
I will have to say no, good sir. It doesn't contradict, but I don't think it spends into, unfortunately.
Okay, I'll take that one momentum.
Could I use stealth?
Ooh, you know what? Oh well.
We got one with a comp.
Stealth, I'd say no.
Oh, well. Just trying to make him think he's a really much better dancer.
That may be the problem, you see.
That's right.
Ballroom dancing is pretty hard.
The
Can I
box
get-
step. What's hard about it?
Can I
Do you wish to
give you
suffer for a complication, or give me 2 threat?
I'll give you 2 threat.
Thankfully, you Kabata very quickly learns this is a lot harder than it looks, but thankfully your dance partner helps cover the distance.
I was not born to be a spy, As I was going to say, see that lady over there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She and the Duke over there, and I'll nudge my head gently in that direction, seem to have a somewhat strained relationship as of late. I wouldn't count on anything too serious, but perhaps the Duke might consider it a bit serious. If I understood correctly, he refuses to see eye to eye with her on many things.
So he's talking about Serafina and Corvin?
Yes, the only 2 dukes in the room. Or the lady and the duke, yes.
Okay. So, no, it's not terribly surprising. I mean, she is part of the triumvirate, if you will, that forced Duke Malvolus from power.
But she wants to be friends with him. Surprisingly.
Hmm.
Do you think she wants something? An ulterior motive, perhaps?
Dear Kareem, there are so many motives here that I think everyone is ulterior some days. But
Mathematics on this one, my Reverend Mother, fail me, I'm afraid.
Square root of -1.
An imaginary number, of course.
But from my perspective, the Lady Serafina, and judging on what Duke Eric said today, would not surprise me if part of their motives are actually to form a strong alliance between all of the factions here. Whether they are capable of it is another thing. But yes, I think Serafina would gladly have been friends with the Duke.
May I offer a piece of well-natured advice?
Of course.
Based in mathematics?
Of
Perhaps it
course.
might be exploitable, this wish of Lady Seraphina to become friends with the Duke. And the Duke's reluctance as well might be exploitable in its own way. Wouldn't you say so?
Of course.
Good. Then I have no doubt that you will see to it, Reverend Mother. For that is what you do, is it not?
Oh, dear Kareem. I do so many things.
I'm
Sometimes
sure
it's
I-
hard for even me to keep up.
I'm sure I could calculate them all in my head were I given a moment, but alas, time eludes me, ever as it does.
Mm.
Would you keep me informed? I do so love a good court drama.
Of course.
Now I must release you. There are other ladies here who wish to take my hand. You understand, of course?
Why, of course.
I'll flash
I
her a
would not
smile.
deprive them of your company.
I'll flash you a smile, of course. The law of statistics, of course, says that in a room full of ladies, one shall be willing to dance with me.
There sure are a lot of preachers coming around. And a lot of threat being dumped.
Good, Falsgrafen. I have a roll for you.
All right.
I have an opposed roll on the behalf of your asset, the lady. As something, it might happen to her if she's not careful.
All right. If I'm not yet part of this scene, then I will activate her instead.
Okay. So, owe me some resources,
5.
I believe. How much is it?
5.
5. Go.
And the roll is
Your mother.
What the hell, man?
It is a battle roll. As she has discussions in the Steward's Throne Hall. Don't worry, everything's fine. Don't worry.
Is it an active fight yet, or is it to sense the fight that's coming?
It's the sense that she's in danger at all.
Can I use understand? Because that's what danger sense is tied to.
I'll let her use understand to contest this. I'm using battle to attack, but she can come at this a different way, yeah.
Yeah. Understand truth. Because it's in line with her statement to know the truth of the matter is virtuous in its own right. Because it would be very valuable to know that someone's making moves before you have to be subject to those moves.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'll spend a determination on.
GM, quick question while the dice are being rolled. Are we in open Canley with the cult?
No.
Well, and
Are we in closed Canley with the court?
Close Canley isn't a thing.
With the cult.
The Canley is a thing between noble houses. It's to prevent the houses from just murdering the crap out of each other.
Yeah, we're totally fine to murder the crap out of them.
Yeah,
They're not free to do that to us, though.
Right.
It's very one-sided legally.
Well, it's one-sided legally on your planet. It gets tricky when you're on someone else's planet because now you're just another person. That said, you have a lot more rights under the conventions of the Landsrad than they do because of the Firefly Fetches system favors nobles. So, whereas on your planet you have carte blanche, you can do whatever you want because it's your planet.
All right.
Yeah, I have a full mint in case you didn't know I spent all that. So.
Okay. I will give 5 threat in return. Focus and danger sense.
Mm-hmm.
Danger sense.
So they need to come up with 8 successes.
Would you say they were in some kind of zone of danger?
Get away with you.
Well, if they are in a zone of danger, then I would prefer they be about to do to themselves a goose.
That doesn't help me. Spending 3 to re-roll 2 of my dice. That's probably not gonna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They're too short.
Oh no!
This happens to be what she was built for. Because the false Graffin is okay at understanding, terrible at truth. So find yourself a consort who okay, I can't find a way to phrase that that's not going to be distracting.
So, you find yourself, well, rather, the lady finds herself in the company of a member of your retinue who's not terribly important. And there's some recruiting artisans coming to the main throne hall because they're kind of getting ready to, they're arranging things and getting situated and so on. And then a member of your retinue comes up to her and offers her a drink that they grabbed from the dining hall because she hasn't had a chance to get away quite yet. Probably waiting for the false Graffin to show up. And there's just that little twig of... There's that little bit of training she was taught by a Bene Gesserit sister some time ago, or some other moment where she was taught things of the ways of nobility. One does not take drinks you did not watch pour. And
well, yeah, she used to be a courtesan in the service of House of Kaz, so her education has happened during a war of assassins.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use one of the gained to ask, is this person actually in service to the house?
They are one of the people in the retinue, yeah.
Okay. Does anything about their clothing or their manner suggest that they are a member of the cult?
Yes, she thinks back during the big speech. Even though the false Graffin was silent, she wasn't, making faces at him or anything like that. She just wasn't a fan of the idea. Whatever. Not every throne speech is popular, it's not by law you have to clap. But that person, she remembers, she thinks back, and there was a look she's seen in the War of Assassins. It's a look of self-righteous rage. It's the sort of thing that Mauritani assassins would kind of get in their eye sometimes when they thought they were killing something because it was what was supposed to happen. You deserve whatever's coming to you, sort of look. And then then they got it under control. But you've seen that look, and that sort of look, that wasn't a Mauritani assassin, because a Mauritani assassin frankly wouldn't have been caught quite so easily. And there's only one enemy of your house that would try to do this. So they don't have like an obvious, like the 3 arrows or a certain type of Bible on them, but their mannerisms, the way they talk, there's only one faction that would risk so much to attack her. Because any of the other houses, they tried this. This is a serious offense in the eyes of during the Steward's friggin' installation day. This is supposed to be a happy day.
Okay. What is the legal thing to do?
Give me an understanding roll.
Understand justice.
Yeah. It's going to be opposed in the sense that this person may have acted or positioned themselves in such a way that they may have protected themselves from easy prosecution. Or if you roll better, they screwed up. They left themselves open. Like they chose a position that's easily prosecuted, or they did something that she might remember that goes, wait a minute, I can pull someone in. Or
Okay.
you might remember a law that this guy doesn't know.
Well, Lady Franca is unquestionably loyal. So I will spend her other determination because she gets a additional point at the start of every adventure, which can only be used on an action which is in direct service of the house, and not getting the false graffin's favorite asset killed herself is in service to the house. Which I intend to spend on understand justice, because this is a matter of law, and she has a statement: we are all equal under the false graffin, meaning that this person is subject to the same legal requirements as Galia. So
I take that.
They don't have free reign to assassinate people.
No. You're not that kind of house. And even the assassin house is like, no. That's not how we do things here.
And then you said you spent
I had to spend a full minute.
Okay, well I will spend 5 of that back.
It's almost like they really don't want to get caught.
Personality trait inquisitive.
A personality trait assassin. I'm good at that. I know a little bit of this stuff, a little more than you think. But you balanced me out. I was thinking that, and then you called me out. Like, oh darn, you canceled out my trade.
Understand. I have danger sense, etiquette, or house politics that may apply. Well, you'll see them all when I roll, so you can decide then. Because she has a lot of focuses.
Yeah, that's where all her focus is.
That's why she's so expensive. So she has more than a normal character, because you can do that on a support character, but it's expensive.
I'd say etiquette would have fired, yeah.
Okay. So 7.
Seven. I'm setting your difficulty. So I have to spend 3 to try to re-roll my way out of this. Otherwise, they're gonna get more intrigue damage. I can only roll one of the dice, because if I re-roll the rest, I'm gonna ruin it. That puts it to 9. Okay, 2 threat, because I don't think there's any way she can re-roll this currently. At the moment, she's not sure what exactly to do, and that there's some confounding factors that are making it possible that if she makes the wrong move here in the palace, it may cause a scandal that blows back on House Belissa. But it may not. She's not sure.
All right.
So basically, what we've done, and this is the first time she's taken any quote unquote damage. This is intrigue fighting, so you take a certain amount of damage based. You take 2 damage if you have no special asset that's in the fight or ability. So you've done some damage to him. He's done some damage back. How much health you have, I have to double check. That's what I was looking up when we were rolling back. But it wouldn't have mattered if you won, because you're not taking any damage. Equal to relevant skill. Oh, it's just straight up relevant skill. So this whole fight for her has been an understanding battle, and for him it's been a battle. He's trying to find ways to get around it. So I have 2 of 8. You have 2 of whatever they have.
Of
That's how much
skill?
health. Your health is how much skill is being the primary skill is being
2 of
used.
8 each way.
Well, they have a different number on their side. I might not have 8.
Oh, okay. So I've done 2 of the 8 damage needed.
You've done 2 damage to me because you discovered I was trying to assassinate.
Okay. And you've done how much damage to me?
2 back, unfortunately, because I didn't actually poison you. So
Okay, and I have a health of.
you have a health of 8 for this. I have a health of question mark.
I'm gonna guess 6 because you wouldn't have re-rolled if it was a 7. Might be 5 though. It's either 5 or 6.
They are going to.
Is it? I've only been reacting. Do I get a chance to be proactive?
You can do. I thought the proactive was you trying to figure out a way to arrest them. You can do another one like that. You'll probably have a better idea.
Okay,
Usually it's back and forth, but here it's kind of a
No,
one-on-one.
no, I
duel.
didn't. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it that way, but you're right. If it's back and forth, then it's back to them.
They are going to try to move in such a way that they can kind of trying to basically put them like this, where there's fewer people watching this exchange, as you're kind of, no one's openly saying anything. It's a lot of talking and knowing nods and trying to think out what you need to do to handle the situation. So he's trying to maneuver in such a way that there's less witnesses for a follow-up thing they want to do. It's still understand because you're still seeing through what I'm trying to do. You're trying, because she might see, oh, I see what he's doing. I'll just make sure I keep staying where I need to be. He's not fainting you the wrong way. Buying a full mitt because I really need this to work because I'm in a lot of trouble right now.
I'll spend it back.
On the plus side, you're getting a lot of AP, everybody. So keep spending so damn.
Well,
much?
yeah, and I failed at a task there.
Yeah.
Truth?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times now have you spent 3 or more?
It only matters on the 3 or more if you fail.
No, if I spend a certain amount of threat, that activates as
okay.
well. So I've done that 3 times so far. Oh wait, no. Hold on.
Twice that I know of. No, you did it. You did it to me. You've done it to me alone 3 times. Twice.
And then I spent 3 or more for determination rerolls, so 5 so far.
Oh, and I think you did it to as to Kareem when he was talking to the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you bought
6.
extra dice with Lady Seraphina, yeah.
Yep, that'd be 6 so far.
Heck yeah, that's what I like to see.
See, rapid advancement happens if I make the bad guys really try hard. Downside is if they succeed, you know. Oh, why are you rolling so well?
a focus of physical empathy. It's
Yeah.
she's able to read their body language. I mean, you're rolling better. What are you talking about?
8 hits. 4, 5, 6. I'm over you by 2, I think.
Yep.
Take my 2. I've done 2 more to you. At this point, does anyone want to have wandered into the throne hall? It can't be the false griffin because you're acting as the lady. You're just saving her, otherwise she probably would have lost by now.
Perhaps our dear Marshal would like to walk in.
That's what I was thinking.
For you to get over there to do something, because you can't do anything because you'll arrive in this zone, because that's why I put these out here. The different places get you to different zones. To get from here to there, you need to do a move check of difficulty 2.
Okay. I will absolutely do that.
Do you wish to do it boldly or subtly? Boldly lets you keep initiative for free. Subtly lets you keep initiative for free. Boldly can force me to move an asset somewhere. I don't want to move it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it won't move them because they're not an asset. They're the major actor here, but they may have other assets on them that I'll point out if you boldly move. So it's a narrative thing, but also a mechanical thing.
I think I will. Yeah, I'll just go boldly. I want to flush out any dudes you got. Also, I can spend, or I can use my my determination, right?
If the statement applies, because you're attaching it to something.
Yeah.
You move something. Move drive.
So I'll move duty. Because I'm coming to help my house's interest. Oh gosh, you've got a lot of threat. We don't have very much momentum. Okay. Yeah, I'll spend. I forget. In this system, can you spend to guarantee yourself a success?
Like spend determination, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I will do that in this case if you'll take it.
Your drive statement does apply here, I think so.
Okay. I don't have a move focus, so I can't do that. Yay for determination?
Well, you gained 1, and do you want to take a comp or do you want to give me 2 threat?
Well, I spent a point of determination already, so I get to roll 1d20 because I'm driven. Let's see if it regens. It does not. Okay. Fair enough. In that case, you already have a lot of threat. Fine, take the threat.
There you go. I have 2 assets at work. One I have with me in the zone. One is in the front garden. You boldly move, so you can force me to move those somewhere. And when you move them, I'll reveal a little bit about what they are, because your movement will have provoked my side to do something not terribly smart. You don't do damage, but it does screw with my assets, and it moves you closer to what's happening.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move the one in the zone that I'm currently in.
You can move it either into the dance hall, closer to the throne, or further from the throne.
It can go into the dance hall.
So as you start walking through, the assassin the soldier who, you notice that the lady and the soldier are kind of having this weird tension around them. And then as you kind of boldly stride forward, something gets skittered into the dance hall. Whatever
Okay.
it was like they very quickly just kind of, and only the three of you saw it. Well, I'm in trouble. There's two of you now. Uh-oh.
Oh, hello there.
Oh no.
Welcome to our little swamp.
Oh no.
Lady Gallia, are you okay?
I'm wondering what got thrown into the dance hall. Yeah, the way you said that, it made it sound like an object, not a person, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
She'll say, "This courtier of ours wishes to kill me."
What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Why would I ever do something like that? We do an opposed roll as they seem to be... Oh, what are they gonna do? Because you just got rid of the thing I had.
It's
Or you can keep initiative for 2. Actually, you can completely unrun me here. It'd be 1 momentum, 1 threat to keep.
but we don't have anyone to use that. Is there like a turn? Are there rounds?
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it's a little screwy because I screwed it up a little bit, but it is like Star Trek where it's like your side, my side, your side, my side.
Okay, and you just go as many times as we have people, or do you only go once per actor that you have involved?
Once per actor involved. So unless these two get involved, they're just in the dance hall. They're not part of the fight yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we've
well,
already used our...
Yeah, then he's gone twice, and Gallia's gone once already, and she's moved. So I don't think there's. I think we're on to a new round, aren't we?
Oh, I suppose we would be, yeah. So you guys acted last, so he acts.
We acted last, but he did get to act a free turn last time.
That's true. I'll give that to you. That's fair. So one of you two can act before he does. I suppose actually on the back of that,
Well, did we notice something skitter into the dance hall from the throne room?
I'll actually let you two, because it is a new round, makes sense. I'll let you two roll. What skill?
To do what?
To notice the thing skittering into the room, because they might get pulled into the fight because the asset got thrown in there.
Oh, you mean Kareem may get? Oh, the two of them may get pulled in.
I'll say,
Well, doesn't Millie know that the preachers are in there?
Well, it's not. I think that's an asset, but it's not like a person. It's an object that the person you're dealing with kind of just tossed into the dance hall when...
Yeah. So does Millie know because they're the one that caused it to get put over there?
Yeah, Millie.
Then-
Well, you and Millie both saw him kind of toss it in there.
Then I would think a some kind of communicate roll to alert them.
Well, it's their role, not hers, though. Like, this is them reacting to that happening. Is what I'm trying to figure out. Because
okay.
there may be, you may not need to use her action to tell them. They may just see it, and then they're pulled into the fight because they saw something suspicious skitter into the room.
Would it be an understanding roll for them?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I was between discipline or understanding, so I'll go with understanding. Difficulty 2, because they didn't do it with skill. They did it as a a knee-jerk reaction to something.
What is this? Understand power?
I'm gonna go for truth because what is that?
I'll
tried
let
to-
you have power there, Kareem, and truth I'll let you have there, Johanna.
Okay.
Johanna, rather. Who's leading? Who's following?
I'm following.
Well, what are you rolling?
A 13.
Yeah, I'm a little better than that. I'm 15. Okay, so let's buy third die. This is probably important. Do not have a focus. At least it's not a comp, so there's 2.
There's 3.
Oh, you get 1. Yeah, the two of you in the midst of the dance floor, you're enjoying yourselves, you're chatting, and then something rattles across the ground, and you kind of look over, what the hell was that? You lose sight of it for a bit because of all the dancing, but in that brief moment, the two of you caught sight of it, and you think about it, and that looked like a sort of a poison syringe that one slides under your inside your sleeve to kind of drug someone else's drink really quickly with a rather potent poison. And you get to do multiple. You can do multiple doses of stuff, or just if you're really desperate, you can just stab somebody. But if you're doing that, you're kind of giving up the game of being subtle.
Did we see that it skittered in from the throne room, the hall?
Yep. So
Okay,
you two are now, you 4 are now all on the same side of the fight because you're now aware an intrigue battle's happening. Something's going on. Actually, it's turning into a skirmish after a bit here in a second, I think. But
so Joanna will make her way to the hall to see what's going on.
So I will need a move check from you, boldly or subtle.
I think she's going to move. What's
Probably.
the advantage to moving boldly again?
Boldly forces one of my assets to move because you're making me knee-jerk react to your move.
Okay.
Subtly gives you keep initiative for 0.
Okay, so yeah.
So you know where one of the assets is, and there's another asset that I have that's out there somewhere that may move if you bold move.
Okay. I'm going to move subtly, and I will combine move with Burr, because I'm always going to argue for truth, because I'm finding out what the heck is going on and who's trying to poison whom.
Yep, I'll take it.
Okay.
I always pause because I'm trying to think if there's a way I can use your drive somehow, but
That's fair. Let's see. Is it just like a
It's diff
difficulty?
2.
What's diff 2? Okay. So I'll give you a momentum for a third.
And most
Then
moves aren't
I need-
adjusted unless the environment itself is hard to move around in,
Okay.
which it would have been a lot harder to do this while there's a bunch of people in here, but now that it cleared out, it was easier to do stuff.
And since I'm moving subtly, I'm going to use my stealth focus.
Yeah.
Oop, let me do something. Okay, I'm going to call in Prana Bindu conditioning if necessary, because that will let me re-roll a single d20 if it's a move motion that has something to do with control of my body, which I'm pretty sure Stealthy does.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
Generate 2.
I think I will use that re-roll to fish. If I can figure out how to do that again, because that was move, that was truth, and there was a die and focus.
Oh, God. Uh-oh. Mr. Person, you're in a lot of trouble. Yep. Doop. You kind of very subtly creep in here. You probably overhear that last little bit of, hey, he was trying to poison me. What are you talking about?
Does that person still have the drink in their hand?
Yeah, they're still holding the cup.
The servant, right?
They're a soldier. They're acting like a courtier who went to grab a drink for somebody.
Okay. Joanna will point at them and then use the voice and tell them to drink.
Is swift tasking a thing in this game?
No. Oh, I thought you got. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm used to one move, one action. That's not how this game works. Never
if you
mind.
have a determination, do you have a determination left?
I've already spent it.
Yeah, no. That's how you get
No,
an
that-
extra action, is acting again during a conflict.
Sorry, that was player being in a different system for a second.
Yeah.
You can have mine if you want. I've got two.
Can't give each other's determination.
No.
Dang it! I would have used the voice so bad.
But yeah, one of the other three can keep initiative because in the subtle move, and all of a sudden there wasn't a Reverend Mother. Now there is a Reverend Mother. It's like, whoa, where'd she come from?
And she's wearing camouflage.
Yeah. One of you three can act before the bad guy acts.
Yeah, you can keep for free.
Any one of you two want to keep, or
Try
I
to
can
think
try and
what to
keep
do.
to like try and capture this device if possible.
Go for it.
I'll keep.
Keep. Try to grab up the device. I can't defend it because it's an asset, so it is. I don't think I can defend it.
The way I'd like to do it is like I have this like long robe. I tried to like place my robe over it so no one can see it and like step on it so it doesn't move and then just quietly pick it up, you know?
Oh no, I do roll because it's my asset. It's just away. I just can't fight. I can't hurt you with it. It's the problem. I must have. Okay. Opposed roll. You're doing a move test by the sound of it.
Oakley dokley, move test.
I am going to. Oh God, I don't want. Well, no. If I slow you down, I slow you down. I'll buy 2 extra dice. That's an AP because I spent 3 or more. So we're at 7, I think now.
Okay. I'll buy a 3 with momentum. Is that okay?
1, 2.
Oh no, sorry, I'll buy 2 with momentum, not 3, not 2. So just 2 extra dice.
Oh, you're just buying the 1
you-
extra die.
No, I'm buying 2 extra dice, so I'm spending 3 momentum.
Right. That's what I pulled.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Move justice.
Yeah.
'Cause what the hell is this goddamn thing doing here?
hell was that? Or someone kicks it away. Part of the reason they tossed. That's why it narratively made sense to toss it in there as well.
I got 4.
Oh, buttons. I only bought 2 extra. Uh-oh. I got 3.
I wondered.
No, I need to defend myself. Yeah, you're gonna get the device. That asset is out of the fight now. I can't use it anymore.
What is it?
It's a poison thing.
Poison syringe.
Oh,
Actually, I'm out. I am going to. Oh, you don't have any assets floating around out here because you're not an asset. You're a person. Can't make you go away.
Har har.
Fudge. Okay. Can I move an asset while I'm moving? No, moving an asset is an action. Joy. Oh wait, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to subtly move the asset that's in the front garden. Difficulty 2. I'll buy 2 extra dice. 8 now. Well, I moved it. I could keep, but it doesn't much matter. Because there's only one right now. You hear some sort of mechanical device closer to the front garden doors. You hear like a rumbling or an engine of some kind.
My God, this place is turning into the Thunderdome.
Goes to you guys.
Get your motor running.
I will point out you can either continue this being espionage if you want it, or intrigue if you want to keep it quiet and try not to cause a commotion here, or you can go just straight skirmish and just grab and just drive this guy into the ground. I don't know how aggressive you want to be or how subtle you want to maintain this conflict. I'm trying to keep it intrigue, but you guys could force me into a skirmish. Or a duel if someone wanted to one-on-one this guy and force him to defend himself.
I think there's a last attempt at intrigue here. My thought is either the Marshal or Galia, depending on who might be better at this. Give right. You're still at the stage where where leniency is possible. Right, if you surrender. The only road after this one leads to death, here or later, right?
Feels like
I'm
a
guessing that.
communicate role. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm guessing that Lady Galia would be better at that one than me.
Do you have a bad communicate?
I'd say I
This
don't
is
have a poor communicate. I have a mediocre communicate.
Okay.
But you have determination left. You spent hers, I
You
think.
do. All two of them.
I've spent mine.
Oh, never mind then.
Right. Communicate justice on the ideal that yeah, we are all equal under the false graph, and you get a fair judgment. Nothing Galia or the Marshal do is going to strip this person of their right to a fair hearing. So they can kind of trust in that. Whether or not they want it or not is different, but would that work?
It would, yeah. Just trying to figure out how much thread I want to spend on this, because...
Focus and empathy, because...
At least 3.
Right, I can empathize with their want to continue the fight.
I'll take that, yeah. I'm not spending any right now, because the thing I'd have to oppose with doesn't go into my focuses. So this is... I'm basically gonna... I'm gonna just have to take this on the chin. You could roll crap, but I'm pretty
I'll spend
sure.
one.
One momentum or threat?
Momentum.
So all the other rolls have been right in this person's wheelhouse. This one's not. Oh, I just realized. Oh, well. Oh, that's what I can do. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Well, I still roll. 2, so you gain 3. You're one more roll away from defeating them, I will tell you. As you can see the doubt in their eyes, the furtive looks, the look between you, the Marshal, and the Reverend Mother, who's just kind of there. I look behind them. They look at you. Just one more little push, they might give up, rather than do what they're about to do. Marshal's the last actor. Because I can't act again, because I only have the one mover, and I don't have a good reason to have more people here, unfortunately, for them. What's the Marshal gonna do?
I am the law.
Someone took my syringe, so I can't carry out my job. Can't attack anymore.
Yeah, well, nerds to you.
I mean, I could, but it turns into a skirmish, and if I skirmish, I'm dead. I know what happens when I do that.
I mean, all those honor guards just...
Yeah.
Yep.
all those honor guards in the pretty uniforms with actual Mala pistols loaded on their hips.
Sorry, I'm thinking on how I want to approach this.
Oh yeah, no.
Well, with that momentum, you might be able to pull off a communicate.
Yeah, I'll give that a go. Heck with it. We'll try to resolve this without making a disruption in the middle of the ceremony. And I'll try duty, because I don't want the house's name associated with the disruption.
Yeah.
In-
I think so. Using the pick on you. I do not.
And I will spend a momentum for an extra die.
Ollie spent a threat for an extra die. This is I spent too much more, because if you lose this, I might be able to get away.
I would suggest spending 2 for a 4th dice if you didn't feel
Actually,
strong
yeah,
about
I'm gonna
your...
do that. I'm gonna spend extra for
I'll
a
match
4th
you.
die.
That's another, so we're at 9, I think.
Okay. I do not have I unfortunately don't have a focus that I think applies here.
Hmm.
Oh god. Dang it.
Ah, well, determination is key.
Which I don't have right now.
So, did he succeed more than once?
1.
Tie.
And
Does
I'm the one who
does
sets
the
your
defender
difficulty.
want-
So, because I'm the defender here. No, I can't get them out of this. Oh yeah, so what happens, so implore, right? And then it's... What do you say to him? I want to see how... I'm going to think about how he reacts.
What I will say is that we're both servants of our respective houses. I don't think you want your real masters getting a reputation for ruining the steward's ceremony. Let alone openly flouting the rule of Can Lee.
I would like to surrender myself to you, Marshal. I have committed an assault against a member of the household.
That's a wise choice.
Oh, can Joanna go to that other zone and see if she can figure out what the clankety clank was?
You go out and you see what appears to be a gardener's like riding mower type thing. The blades aren't spinning or anything because you can turn those off and kind of just drive it around.
Right.
You see it chugging away, and it's kind of tink tink, like it's bumping against the front garden door, which is confusing everyone else, but the help will figure it out, and they're not paying attention to it. But looking at it, it looks like it's remotely controlled, or being remotely controlled, because there's no one driving it. You're supposed to be pulling on the levers to make it move. This thing's moving on its own.
Ah. Does it have like an ignition key or anything?
Give me an understand difficulty 2 to figure out how to turn this thing off.
Understand.
And I can't roll
Well,
opposed
you-
because the guy who defended it is gone. So it's just
You
a matter of
can- you
figuring out
can-
how it works.
You can use
Yeah.
your voice on it, maybe.
Use the voice on it.
Yeah, stop
Shut yourself down.
Honestly, I'm gonna go for truth again because I'm trying to figure out how this thing works. What's the truth of this device? How do I turn this off?
I'll take that, yeah.
Okay, I'll use that momentum for 3. a focus. Got it.
Yeah, there's no key. There's like a lever in between. There's like two primary levers, and there's a third like throttle lever, like primary throttle lever. If you mess with, the thing is, if you screwed up and you could have grabbed one of them and made it turn, but if you grab it this one, it will power down the engine completely.
Okay, yeah, let's power it down.
And thus the engine has been deactivated.
If anybody looks at me, I'll go, it was so noisy.
Yeah, some people look over, yeah. Some people clap, and some people look at the people clapping. Like, what do you? The Reverend Mother just turned off a machine. Whatever. Anyone can do that. I mean, they won't say it too loud because who wants to tick off the witch. But yeah, no, you have detained the would-be assassin. You have surrendered.
Witness kitten sneezes.
Oh, wait, I'd like to go to the Reverend Mother, if I could, please, real quickly.
Certainly.
I will present to you the device with the poison syringe. Perhaps something you could use in the future?
Was this what skittered in?
Yes, I seem to have caught it under my very airy dress.
Marshal, I believe this is a bit of evidence for you.
Thank you. I will accept it and examine it.
And
Marshal, Reverend Mother, I think perhaps we should speak to the Pfalzgrafen about these events, no?
I'm pretty sure immediately. But Marshal, once you have this person in custody, I would very much appreciate it if I could sit in on the interrogation. And I just kind of smile at the guard.
You would be welcome to join.
You're very kind.
And I will see if I can take this person and remove them from the area and get them taken back into our secure facilities without causing too much of a disruption.
Can Joanna just signal? I mean, there's got to be some of our people like here as well. Like,
if you want to create an asset of that, sure.
I mean,
but I'll save you the rolls here. You're able to safely, one way or another, get, because this person isn't making an attempt to escape, and they've willfully surrendered. And unless you take them through the Communis Uten, it's not easy to get this close to you. So, like, if you go to the Steward Novellis, there's nothing or even the Nobilis Uten, there's no way they can get to you.
So, and then Joanna will take Gallia by the arm and very gently but firmly escort her back to the Pfalzgrafen to talk about what just happened.
I shall go there as well.
And with that, we'll end today's episode. Many a thing was discovered about the plans and plots of House Valerian, the anger of House Mavulus, and a little insight into Lady Seraphina. Some deals are made with Chief Windwhisper, and an assassination was avoided, as the Church of the Redeemer apparently has longer reach than was thought, but perhaps that reach is currently quite limited. But even the limited reach is enough to put poison in the right cup at the right time. For everyone watching, thank you very much for watching. Those playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll see you all again next time. So many advancement points. But it was well worth. It was well worth the attempt. And a lot of bold things you people were doing. I was like, oh god, already, before I even did the big speech, I'm getting at that. There might be things going on. Machinations.
Right. Machinations and plans. Oh my.
That's DUNE for you, though. One of the reasons I love it.
yeah.
So.